Chapter 966. Everything that happened outside the seventh prince's city walls. The experts in the other 3 Heaven's Legacy cities and the teams of the 3 princes outside the Heaven's Legacy cities all saw it. The black-robed man's powerful death ultimacy had frightened countless experts. Because of the appearance of the black-robed person, the 9th prince's team lost their advantage and they retreated. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Feng put away the beasts in time, the normal kings would have been killed by the power of death. That black-robed person is too terrifying. The alliance of the 3 princes fell silent. After a while, a martial monarch exclaimed in shock, "We can only blame Zhao Feng for offending too many people." Shui Yuan gloated. Even the 2 sacred lords on the 7th prince's side were wary of the black-robed person's strength. This meant that Zhao Feng was dead for sure. Luckily, we didn't invite the 9th prince. The 2nd prince felt lucky. The black-robed person was obviously targeting Zhao Feng, but the intent of death was too strong. It countered all living beings, especially souls. Even a wisp of it contained unimaginable power. On the 8th prince's city walls, "Who is that black-robed person?" Yu Linghua murmured. Even sacred lords wouldn't dare to be careless against the intent of death that the black-robed person controlled. The Emperor of Death should be dead already. The 8th prince and Luo Zun were stunned. They could only think of the Emperor of Death, who had the Eye of Death, to be able to control such a strong power of death. Zhao Feng won't lose. Yu Qianhao looked at the 9th prince's team and the black-robed person that were leaving. Apart from the people in the imperial tombs, the terrifying strength of the black-robed person also created waves in the Great Gone Imperial Palace. Not good. Zhao Feng, sacred Lord Dark Soul from the 7th prince's team, is here as well. Old Ying's heart shook when he saw a beam of black light fly over. At the same time, Old Ying's single eye locked onto the black-robed person with a puzzled expression. They had all retreated from the 7th prince's Heaven's Legacy city, but the black-robed person was still closing in. One had to know that the 9th prince's team had a total of 8 people. Even if they weren't strong, they could easily finish off the black-robed person if they worked together. However, the black-robed man had a fearless look on his face, completely ignoring everyone except for Zhao Feng. This kind of unscrupulous disregard was definitely not a sign of stupidity. The black-robed person probably had some hidden cards that allowed him to ignore the other members of the 9th prince's team. Whoosh! A pair of scarlet lightning wings unfurled on Zhao Feng's back. Xiu! Zhao Feng turned into a bolt of scarlet lightning and escaped several miles away from the 9th prince's team. At the same time, Zhao Feng's voice sounded in the minds of the 9th prince's members. "I'll leave sacred Lord Dark Soul to you." All right. The 9th prince and his subordinates agreed in their hearts. From their point of view, the strength of the black-robed person surpassed even sacred Lord Dark Soul. Most importantly, the black-robed man controlled the power of death. They had no way to deal with him. Old Ying immediately nodded his head. He understood Zhao Feng's intentions. He couldn't let sacred Lord Dark Soul team up with the black-robed person. If it was just stopping sacred Lord Dark Soul, the 6 of them could still do it. They could only hope that nothing bad happened to Zhao Feng. Who? Death instant shadow. The black-robed person turned into a dark streak of light and chased after Zhao Feng. "Zhao Feng, you won't be able to escape." The black-robed person's cold voice sounded behind Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's heart dropped. The Death Instant Shadow was the Emperor of Death's spatial movement technique. Now that the black-robed person's cultivation had reached the level of a quasi-sacred lord, his intent of death had become even stronger. Even if Zhao Feng used the lightning wing's spatial flash, he wouldn't be able to escape. Humph, who said I was going to run? Zhao Feng had only separated from the 9th prince's team to prevent sacred Lord Dark Soul from teaming up with the black-robed person. No matter who the black-robed person's true identity was, he was going to kill him today. Who? Zhao Feng suddenly stopped and stared at the black-robed person with fiery eyes. Humph, you still don't know what's good for you. The black-robed person snickered coldly, and a strong surge of death intent covered Zhao Feng. Boom! The blood devil sun bloodline within Zhao Feng's body started to burn. A glass-like flame that looked like a blood-colored sun suddenly appeared around Zhao Feng's body. A scorching and terrifying aura exploded and broke through the intent of death around him. Boom! Wang! Zhao Feng turned into a ball of blood-colored lightning and charged toward the black-robed person. He first had to reveal the black-robed person's true identity. Otherwise, he could only suspect that this person was the Emperor of Death. Oh, you seem to have taken over a strong bloodline, the black-robed person exclaimed. The perfect blood devil sun bloodline was one of the top 10 imperial Dao bloodlines. The black-robed person could obviously feel it, but he still acted like he didn't care. Ding! Bam! Lightning crackled around Zhao Feng's body as he clashed with the black-robed person's scythe of death. Boom! The power of the perfect blood devil sun bloodline instantly ignited the black-robed person. However, the bright red Yang flame was immediately extinguished by a wave of death will. The intent of death could destroy everything. No matter how strong a flame was, it would eventually be extinguished. Zhao Feng's gaze was deep. He had expected this. If his sacred lightning body had reached the 6th level, the intent of death might not have countered the intent of death to such a degree. However, there was something else that Zhao Feng cared about. The blood devil sun bloodline didn't seem to have any effect. That's right. Zhao Feng's perfect blood devil sun bloodline didn't absorb any blood essence from the black-robed person's body. Only a portion of the Yuan Qi was absorbed by Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, who was too close to the black-robed person, felt his life force being eroded by the intent of death. What a strong body and this power of lightning! The black-robed person was slightly surprised. This unique power of lightning seemed to be able to resist his intent of death. Humph! Zhao Feng harumphed coldly and circulated his sacred lightning body to the maximum. At the same time, he unleashed the full power of the blood devil sun bloodline, and a bright red fist of lightning punched out. Zhao Feng wasn't an idiot. How could he fight the black-robed person who controlled the intent of death in close combat? His sacred lightning body had merged with a large amount of ancient lightning from the ancient dream realm, so it had a certain level of resistance against the intent of death. However, Zhao Feng could still feel the life force in his body slowly fading away. From this, one could see how terrifying the intent of death was. Humph, Zhao Feng, you will definitely die today. Zhao Feng's endless methods seemed to make the black-robed person think of something, and he immediately harumphed angrily. The intent of death around the black-robed person slowly turned into a pitch-black force field. Death force field. The power of death spun like ink within the pitch-black force field. All life force within its range was killed, and even the heaven-earth Yuan Qi was forcefully sucked away. The moment the death force field appeared, Zhao Feng sensed that the vitality in his body was flowing away at a faster rate. Boom! The death force field absorbed as much of Zhao Feng's life force as it could before twisting and creating a terrifying devouring force. Zhao Feng's expression became grim. The death force field was still one of the Emperor of Death's secret techniques. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng used the scarlet wings of lightning to instantly retreat. Boom! Zhao Feng's figure vanished into the air, and a powerful death intent and shockwave engulfed the area. Die Zhao Feng! An even stronger intent of death appeared around the black-robed person, and it floated in heaven and earth like a ghost. All the Yuan Qi and life force within several miles was devoured and poured into the black-robed person's scythe of death. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he maintained his distance from the black-robed person. This terrifying intent of death caused the life force in Zhao Feng's body to flow away even faster. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Feng's left eye had transformed into a god tribulation lightning soul body, even his soul would have withered under this power. At this moment, the terrifying strength that the black-robed person displayed had surpassed normal sacred lords. Even sacred Lord Sharp Edge didn't dare to approach him recklessly. Boom! The black-robed person's scythe of death suddenly moved. A black crescent moon that was dozens of yards long shot toward Zhao Feng with a terrifying intent of death. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change. A primordial, primitive, thunderstorm power spread out from his back and merged into the void. Everything within a radius of several dozen miles instantly became a dark dimension, and Zhao Feng was able to control the laws and intents of this ancient dimension. This was the first time that Zhao Feng had used the hidden cards of his little world in battle. A little world that can merge into the ancient dimension. The black-robed person was surprised. One had to know that even his own little world wasn't able to merge into this dimension. He could only use it to protect himself, and it had the same effect as the death force field. The black-robed person's power was slightly suppressed within Zhao Feng's little world of wind lightning. The black-robed person's attack was weakened in Zhao Feng's little world, so Zhao Feng was able to dodge it. However, the black crescent moon that flew away from Zhao Feng still took away part of his life force. Damn it, the life force in my body is being taken away. My sacred lightning body and perfect blood devil sun bloodline will both be weakened. For the first time, Zhao Feng felt that this person was troublesome. Back then, the Emperor of Death's intent of death countered the Emperor of Death's soul even more. He relied on his God Eye's immunity to soul attacks to counter the Emperor of Death. However, the black-robed person's intent of death countered both the soul and the physical world. If this continued, Zhao Feng wouldn't even be able to maintain his sacred lightning body. Determination flashed through Zhao Feng's eyes. Blood devil charge. Zhao Feng circulated his perfect blood devil sun bloodline to the maximum, and the life force in his body was quickly depleted. The glass-like flames around Zhao Feng's body surged, and the sound of explosions could be heard. The image of a bright red sun started to appear behind him, and a whirlpool started to spin within it. Lightning wings, spatial flash. Zhao Feng flew into the air and instantly used the Blood Devil Sun bloodline technique, Blood Devil Charge, with the addition of the lightning wings, spatial flash, and his little world. The damage of this attack was pushed to the limit. His entire body was like a scorching shooting star in a pitch-black world, and he emanated a terrifying physical pressure of fire and lightning that could make ghosts and gods weep. A wave of dazzling crimson light erupted from his body as he smashed towards the black-robed man within the death energy field. This attack was the strongest physical attack that Zhao Feng had ever used. This attack will reveal your true face. Chapter 967. With this attack, I'll reveal your true face. This was Zhao Feng's strongest physical attack. He combined the fire of wind lightning, the sacred lightning body, the Blood Devil Sun bloodline, the Blood Devil Charge, and the lightning wings spatial flash into one. In an instant, the blazing bolt of lightning that Zhao Feng had turned into arrived in front of the black-robed person. The terrifying physical power charged into the black-robed person's death force field and ignored the laws of the force field as he punched toward the black-robed person. Zhao Feng, did you give up on the God Eye and choose body strengthening after recultivating? The black-robed person laughed coldly and spoke in a dark voice when Zhao Feng's fist was only a few centimeters away from his body. Zhao Feng's expression instantly changed. Even though the power of this punch covered everything, he could still clearly hear what the black-robed person said. From these words, Zhao Feng was even more certain of the black-robed person's true identity. However, what truly shocked Zhao Feng wasn't these words, but the black-robed person himself. He didn't even move when facing Zhao Feng's terrifying attack. He didn't react at all, as if he was waiting to be slaughtered. This made Zhao Feng feel weird. Boom! The black-robed person's body was completely submerged by Zhao Feng's terrifying attack. His entire body was shattered into pieces by the power of fire and lightning and turned into dust. The black-robed person's Yuan soul stood still. After all, Zhao Feng was only using a physical attack. However, a forbidden power of the Eye of Death then spread from behind him, causing Zhao Feng's soul to shake. Zhao Feng immediately used the scarlet wings of lightning to turn around after shattering the black-robed person's body. The translucent, pitch-black soul was densely covered in countless twisted and obscure runes. It was abnormally malevolent and terrifying. There was a pair of pitch-black eyes at the head of the soul. There was a bottomless whirlpool in the eyes that seemed to lead to the abyss of death. "Eye of Death!" Zhao Feng instantly exclaimed. Furthermore, Zhang Yuanhan's face was extremely similar to the Emperor of Death. It was the Emperor of Death. How was this possible? After witnessing it with his own eyes, fear rose in Zhao Feng's heart. Why had the Emperor of Death, who had committed suicide and left behind the cursed words of death, revived? And this pair of eyes of death, dark pupil death flame. The Emperor of Death's source spirits, jet black eyes, released an endless deathly aura that turned into a forbidden black light. Being caught off guard, Zhao Feng was directly hit. Zhao Feng felt a chill in his heart and soul. He felt the danger of death. Whoosh! The dark eye death flames landed on Zhao Feng and clashed with his sacred lightning body and blood devil sun flames. At the same time, Zhao Feng's soul was corroded and burned by a black flame, which contained the Death Power Upanishad that could destroy everything. Boom! More than 2,000 symbols of God Tribulation, lightning, flashed within Zhao Feng's lightning soul body. God Tribulation lightning was hidden within Zhao Feng's soul, and it could refine his soul at any time. Zhao Feng had even used his lightning soul body to absorb the power of ancient lightning a while ago. However, the dark pupil death flame that the Emperor of Death used was on a completely different level. The intent of death within it even made Zhao Feng feel like he had aged. Countless bolts of lightning intertwined with the black flame, and the two started to erode each other. One side was death, and the other side was destruction. Both contained terrifying power. The God Tribulation lightning completely destroyed the last wisp of black flame. After all, it was just an eye bloodline attack from the Emperor of Death, and Zhao Feng's soul contained limitless soul power. However, not every inch of Zhao Feng's soul contained the symbols of God Tribulation lightning. The dark pupil death flame's soul power was everywhere, and it still managed to reach Zhao Feng's soul. The lifespan of my soul has decreased. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat. Although the Emperor of Death's soul eye bloodline technique was destroyed by his God Tribulation lightning, his lightning soul body was still affected by the intent of death. One had to know that Zhao Feng's soul intent had reached the level of a sacred lord. The strength of his soul and resistance to soul attacks far surpassed initial stage mystic light realm sacred lords that specialized in the soul. This meant that if normal sacred lords were to face the Emperor of Death's eye bloodline attack, their lifespan would decrease by at least 1,000 years depending on the strength of their soul. At the same time, the wisp of black flame that touched Zhao Feng's body also took away part of Zhao Feng's life force. Your soul intent. Zhao Feng wasn't the only one stunned. The Emperor of Death revealed a surprised expression as well. From the very start of the battle, Zhao Feng had been using material attacks instead of his usual style. The Emperor of Death even thought that Zhao Feng's soul intent was growing slower. However, the Emperor of Death's forbidden eye bloodline technique was still blocked by Zhao Feng even though he had comprehended the laws of death. This meant that Zhao Feng's soul intent was on par with his. It had reached the level of a sacred lord. Looks like I underestimated you once again. You're not even an emperor. but you already have the sole intent of a beginning stage mystic light realm, as expected of someone with a god eye. The Emperor of Death's Yuan's soul didn't feel much regret. Instead, it started to laugh in a terrifying manner. Emperor of Death, why aren't you dead yet? Zhao Feng stared at the Emperor of Death's Yuan's soul with a fiery gaze and questioned. Countless black dust particles suddenly gathered around the Emperor of Death's Yuan's soul and formed pieces of cloth, flesh, and bones. In the end, it formed a complete black-robed body that covered the Emperor of Death's Yuan's soul. This is... Zhao Feng's left eye could clearly see that the body that he had crushed into pieces was slowly recovering. It was as if time had reversed, and it was as good as new. At this moment, Zhao Feng sensed a supreme and irreversible intent from this black-robed body, one that he couldn't even describe. He couldn't describe it, but this intent was similar to the intent of time, death, and destruction. Who said that I'm not dead? The Emperor of Death didn't reply to Zhao Feng's question. Instead, he revealed a smug expression. The shock and panic that Zhao Feng showed was exactly what he wanted to see. Hearing the Emperor of Death's reply, Zhao Feng wanted to curse, but he didn't say anything. His gaze was attracted by the Emperor of Death's body. The Emperor of Death's body was extremely weird, and it was even stronger than the immortal Death body. It was unbelievably strong. The immortal Death body was an undying body that had strong survivability and no weaknesses. However, once a person's soul lost its body, the power of its soul would start to weaken. This was why the Emperor of Death was in a rush to take over someone else's body after self-destructing. However, the Emperor of Death's body had been smashed into pieces by Zhao Feng, but he was able to recover to his original state in such a short amount of time. Zhao Feng had never heard of such a body before. It was almost undying. This meant that if Zhao Feng wanted to kill the Emperor of Death, he would have to destroy the latter's soul. This was because the Emperor of Death's body wouldn't die, and it could recover even if it was smashed into pieces. However, Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something else, the cursed words of death. If he killed the Emperor of Death again, would the cursed words of death descend upon Zhao Feng again? Zhao Feng's eyes started to move around as he became wary. No. Zhao Feng finally realized that something was wrong. If the Emperor of Death could use the cursed words of death again, then he wouldn't have been chased by emperors and sacred lords, and he wouldn't have had to take over someone else's body twice. If he had this ability, the Emperor of Death would have been famous for killing sacred lords in the past. However, in reality, Zhao Feng had never heard of the cursed words of death appearing in the true martial sacred land. I don't believe that you can use the cursed words of death again. Zhao Feng's heart was as clear as a mirror, and he got rid of the fear that the cursed words of death brought him. I don't care if you're dead or not. Today either you die or I die. Zhao Feng's soul became clear, and the power of his soul became purer and stronger. His goal was set. Hearing what Zhao Feng said, the Emperor of Death's eyes were filled with helplessness and disappointment, but it soon turned into limitless anger and hatred. Zhao Feng, I told you that I'll make you die a horrible death. The Emperor of Death roared in anger. Wind, lightning, I flame. Zhao Feng circulated his soul intent, and his faint golden left eye flashed with a profound golden light. At the same time, all the soul power in his body surged into his left eye. A surge of eye bloodline flames instantly appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye. Golden purple light spun around it, and dark god tribulation lightning symbols appeared. How could Zhao Feng not counterattack after being hit by the Emperor of Death's dark eye death flames? Boom! A ball of transparent purple and gold lightning fire with the aura of god tribulation lightning landed on the Emperor of Death's head. With Zhao Feng's soul intent, eye bloodline techniques, and the power of god tribulation lightning, he could even threaten the souls of early-stage sacred lords. Zhao Feng hadn't used his eye bloodline technique yet after entering the imperial tombs. This was because the enemy he met wasn't the type that had to die. Arg. The Emperor of Death screamed as his body was burned by the purple and gold lightning fire, and the power of God Tribulation lightning spread. At the same time, the Emperor of Death's soul, which was covered in mysterious seals, was being attacked by the limitless lightning fire. Zhao Feng's life force and lifespan were stolen by the Emperor of Death's intent of death. At the same time, Zhao Feng's God Tribulation lightning caused irreparable damage to the Emperor of Death's soul. The Emperor of Death's body was destroyed by the lightning fire, but his tattered black robe and body started to slowly recover. However, this time, Zhao Feng saw that there were some black holes on the Emperor of Death's black robe. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. As I thought, the power of God Tribulation lightning is still effective against you. Zhao Feng, you're too full of yourself. I'll let you see a brand new intent of death, an ultimate eye bloodline technique of death. A black light flashed through the Emperor of Death's eyes as he became filled with hatred. However, at the same time, he could already see how Zhao Feng would die under his ultimate eye bloodline technique of death. At the same time, Olding and Shi Yulei's figures appeared in the distance as Zhao Feng and the Emperor of Death fought. Olding was stunned as he saw the black-robed person's body slowly reform after being destroyed by Zhao Feng. His expression changed dramatically as he roared, "Zhao Feng, watch out! The Emperor of Death has become a samsara immortal body." Chapter 968. I didn't think that there would be someone here who knows about the samsara immortal body. The Emperor of Death glanced at Olding in the distance and then ignored him. Samsara immortal body? Zhao Feng lightly exclaimed and then fell into deep thought. When he was destroying the Emperor of Death's body, Zhao Feng realized that this black robe wasn't the Emperor of Death's original body. The mysterious ultimate power on the black robe made Zhao Feng think of the 8 great god eyes. The Emperor of Death had only revived his soul. Eyes of samsara. Based on all the clues, Zhao Feng could only think of this unique eye among the 8 great god eyes. Zhao Feng didn't know much about the abilities of the eyes of samsara. However, Zhao Feng was sure that the Emperor of Death's undying body was related to the eyes of samsara. The Emperor of Death had been an emperor for several thousand years. Zhao Feng didn't believe that the Emperor of Death could become a quasi-sacred lord in just a few years after reviving. Zhao Feng, you're the one who made me like this. The Emperor of Death let out an angry and sorrowful roar after his true body was seen through. The power of Death's resentment was emitted from his body. I didn't want you to become like this. I just wanted you to die. Zhao Feng had a cold expression as he looked at the Emperor of Death. These were Zhao Feng's heartfelt words. However, Zhao Feng could feel the Emperor of Death's pain from the Emperor of Death's words. Why would the Emperor of Death feel pain after reviving with an undying, quasi-sacred Lord body? The Emperor of Death probably paid a heavy price that even Zhao Feng couldn't imagine for him to revive. This heavy price was probably even more painful than death. Zhao Feng believed that one had to pay a price to obtain any power. For example, if Nan Gongsheng wasn't strong enough, he would have probably been demonized already, and the real Nan Gongsheng would have died a long time ago. Humph. Zhao Feng looked at the Emperor of Death. If he could kill the Emperor of Death once, he could kill him again. Wind, lightning, eye flame. Zhao Feng activated the wind, lightning, eye flame with his left eye. This was the most effective eye bloodline technique against the Emperor of Death. The power of the tribulation lightning was effective against the Emperor of Death's soul and immortal body. Hiss! It's useless, Zhao Feng. The Death Emperor let out a cry of agony as he endured Zhao Feng's eye technique attack with his powerful soul intent. Not only is my body immortal, even my soul is the same. The Emperor of Death laughed sinisterly. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat as he locked his eyebrows together, but he didn't refute the Emperor of Death's words. The Emperor of Death's black robe didn't recover. He could also feel that the damage that the wind lightning eye flame had done to the Emperor of Death's soul hadn't recovered yet. If so, why would the Death Emperor say such words? The soul is also immortal. How could this be? What a load of nonsense. Zhao Feng, with his samsara immortal body, even his soul is immortal. Old Ying's voice sounded in the distance. Zhao Feng almost tripped and fell to the ground. Even Old Ying said such a thing? How is this possible? Even if you destroy his soul today, the Emperor of Death will still be able to climb out of the samsara of death. Old Ying's voice trembled as he looked at the Emperor of Death. Old Ying, did you remember wrongly? How is this possible? Sure, Yulei couldn't believe it, and his body started to tremble as he looked at the Emperor of Death. Soul and body immortal and indestructible. How is this possible? Was this the power of the eyes of samsara? This was too inconceivable. Sure, Yulei, you're wrong. Old Ying sighed as he looked deeply at the Emperor of Death with pity in his eyes. Souls that fall into the samsara of death will never be able to reincarnate. They can't die even if they want to, and they can't be reborn even if they want to. The body that the Emperor of Death is currently residing in is just a samsara body, created by the eyes of samsara. He can't even take over another body. Old Ying had a solemn expression as he slowly spat out some ancient information. This. Sure, Yulei's heart jumped when he heard this. He couldn't die even if he wanted to, but he couldn't be reborn even if he wanted to. He would never be able to have peace and reincarnate. Zhao Feng obviously heard what Old Ying said, and he was stunned. He never would have thought that the price of reviving the Emperor of Death would be so terrifying. This meant that the Emperor of Death's soul was undying, and the cursed words of death were indeed useless. How could someone who couldn't even die use the cursed words of death? Furthermore, the potential of a soul that falls into the samsara of death is greatly reduced. The Emperor of Death was only able to comprehend something from death because he had the eyes of death. This was his final step forward. Old Ying was also stunned. Probably only the owner of the eyes of death could comprehend something from death. However, even if the Emperor of Death stopped here, his strength and intent of death were enough for him to dominate the great gone Lord dynasty. Zhao Feng, I will never die, but in the end you will die by my hand. Seeing Zhao Feng's shocked expression, the Emperor of Death roared into the sky and spat out limitless hatred. Ultimate eye bloodline technique of death. The Emperor of Death's expression suddenly changed, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Wang, the Emperor of Death's eyes started to spin rapidly, and limitless intent of death merged into the center of the whirlpool. The area around the Emperor of Death was pitch black, and it was like an abyss of death. Gaze of death. A cold voice sounded across the soul dimension, and everything within 1,000 miles became deathly silent. The Emperor of Death's black robe suddenly fell off, revealing his terrifying head covered in bandages. His pitch-black eyes of death radiated an aura of death that was as cold as the heavenly Tao as he stared at Zhao Feng. At this moment in time, countless beings within 1,000 miles seemed to be covered by the shadow of death. Their hearts felt cold and uneasy, and they were unable to stop the power of the heavenly Tao. They could only allow it to corrode them. This move again? Our souls have both reached the beginning stage, mystic light realm. How can this move be effective against me? Zhao Feng was surprised, but he mocked on the surface. The gaze of death was useless against Zhao Feng a long time ago. The Emperor of Death shouldn't be stupid enough to use this move against him. Zhao Feng carefully circulated his eye intent and prepared to block the Emperor of Death's gaze of death. Zhao Feng, my intent of death has become stronger after experiencing the samsara of life and death. You will die today. The Emperor of Death snickered coldly when he saw how calm Zhao Feng was. Boom! A soul eye bloodline technique of death descended onto Zhao Feng's body. Limitless intent of death bound Zhao Feng's body and soul. Zhao Feng froze as his body went cold. This isn't the gaze of death. Zhao Feng was surprised. The gaze of death that the Emperor of Death was using right now was completely different from before. At this moment, the gaze of death didn't have any suction force on his soul. Instead, it was continuously eroding his life force and lifespan. All living beings within 1,000 miles were affected by the Emperor of Death's gaze of death, and their life force started to slowly disappear. Flowers and grass withered and beasts aged. They walked towards death step by step and turned to dust. Even the rocks and boulders seemed to have been eroded by the passage of time. Their splendor peeled off and finally disappeared. The entire world seemed to become a dimension of death. In the end, nothing would be left. This is... Sure, Yulei, let's go. Old Ing roared. He was dozens of miles away, but he could still feel a terrifying power of death lock onto him. The life force within his body started to disappear, and his soul's lifespan was shortened by dozens of years. Who? Sure Yulei and Old Ing quickly retreated from the Emperor of Death's eye bloodline technique, and their hearts started to beat rapidly. What can Zhao Feng do against such a terrifying eye bloodline technique of death? Sure Yulei's expression was filled with fear. He was an expert that specialized in body strengthening, so he had a lot of life force within his body. He could clearly feel the Emperor of Death's terrifying eye bloodline technique. They were only affected by the shock waves of the gaze of death. Zhao Feng, who was under the gaze of death, had to face a lot of intent of death. Hee, you have the protection of a god's eye, so my gaze of death won't be able to suck out your soul. Now that I've comprehended a new intent of death, I've created a new gaze of death for you. The Emperor of Death gave a smug smile as his eyes started to spin, and he unleashed an even more powerful eye bloodline technique. The brand new gaze of death was his strongest eye bloodline technique at the moment. The target that was stared at, regardless of whether it was their body or soul, would slowly walk towards death and turn to dust. However, the god's eye wouldn't be affected by the intent of death. When your body and soul completely disappear, only your god's eye will remain. The Emperor of Death's cold voice sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. The new gaze of death was prepared for Zhao Feng, and it was prepared to steal the ninth god's eye. The Emperor of Death's goal had always been the eye of death. What a powerful intent of death. From the looks of it, the Emperor of Death has gambled everything on this move. Zhao Feng's heart trembled. The Emperor of Death had gathered all of his soul power and intent of death into the new gaze of death. At this moment, the life force within Zhao Feng's body was quickly disappearing, and the light of his sacred lightning body started to dim. At the same time, the lifespan of Zhao Feng's soul was also decreasing. Even though Zhao Feng's soul had evolved into a lightning soul body and contained limitless God tribulation lightning, it was unable to block the gaze of death. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Zhao Feng's entire body, including his soul, couldn't move. He was restricted by the intent of death. However, his left eye was the only exception. Zhao Feng took a deep breath as a golden eye bloodline power appeared in his left eye. A bottomless golden-purple whirlpool appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye, and it connected to a golden-purple world covered in mist. Gaze of the god's eye. A fatally attractive force appeared from Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye. This was the only thing Zhao Feng could do. All he needed to do was use the gaze of the god's eye to suck the Emperor of Death's soul into the dimension of his left eye. Then, the Emperor of Death's gaze of death would disappear. In the air, a black soul slowly left the black-robed man's body. It's useless, Zhao Feng. Our souls are on the same level. The Emperor of Death laughed wickedly. The Emperor of Death's soul intent fought back against the suction force from Zhao Feng's god's eye. I'll be able to escape the samsara of death and be reborn after obtaining your god's eye. Chapter 969. If I obtain your god's eye, I'll be able to escape the samsara of death and be reborn. The Emperor of Death revealed an excited expression. This was his only chance. Wang boom. The brand new gaze of death and the gaze of the gods eye clashed, and a golden purple-black mist started to twist. The terrifying soul dimension aura turned everything within 1,000 miles into a forbidden zone. Rumble. All of the god tribulation lightning in Zhao Feng's soul started to shine, and his soul started to become like a living being of lightning. Lightning spread throughout his soul as he fought back against the intent of death. At the same time, Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body without caring about the price. Right now, he was competing with the Emperor of Death in terms of endurance. If he could absorb the Emperor of Death's soul into the dimension of his left eye first, then it would be his victory. If the Emperor of Death's gaze of death could erode his life force and soul before that happened, then it would be the Emperor of Death's victory. However, the situation was extremely bad. The Emperor of Death's soul intent was on par with Zhao Feng's. On the other hand, Zhao Feng had learned the gaze of the god's eye from the Emperor of Death. Therefore, the Emperor of Death's resistance to the gaze of the god's eye was extremely strong. At this moment, only the head of the Emperor of Death's soul was pulled out. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body was about to reach its limit, and the lines of lightning on it became dimmer and dimmer. Luckily, Zhao Feng had a lightning soul body, so the weakening of his soul was slower. After all, Zhao Feng's soul was imprinted with the power of God Tribulation Lightning, and after a long time, Zhao Feng's soul had even started to gain some intent of destruction. Your state of existence and soul are stronger than I expected, but you'll only be on the verge of death for a bit longer. The Emperor of Death's voice sounded in the soul dimension. Part of the Emperor of Death's soul was pulled out, but his eyes were still locked onto Zhao Feng. Limitless intent of death surrounded Zhao Feng and slowly devoured him. At the same time, 1,000 miles away, Ninth Prince, be careful, Old Ing warned. Zhao Feng, I'll help you. The Ninth Prince's voice sounded without any hesitation. The Ninth Prince was holding the pseudo-crown prince seal in his hand, and an invisible golden light surrounded the Ninth Prince's body. There were many dragons within the light. The Ninth Prince relied on the protection of the Draconic Providence to enter the area where the Emperor of Death and Zhao Feng were fighting. Ninth Prince. Zhao Feng was slightly stunned. At this moment, Zhao Feng, who was using the gaze of death, could feel the Ninth Prince and the pseudo-crown prince seal in his hand. The light of the pseudo-crown prince seal had weakened slightly. It had probably used up a lot of energy fighting against sacred Lord Dark Soul. Otherwise, the battle between Olding, the Ninth Prince, and company wouldn't have ended so quickly against sacred Lord Dark Soul. Ninth Prince, don't come over. Zhao Feng conserved his soul will and spoke in a weak voice. Draconic Providence could be converted into Draconic Providence in the hands of the royal bloodline to increase one's combat strength. However, the Ninth Prince didn't specialize in the soul, so he wouldn't be able to affect the battle much. Instead, he would be wasting his Draconic Providence. You don't specialize in the soul. Even if you use your Draconic Providence to increase your battle power, you won't be able to affect me. The Emperor of Death snickered coldly and completely ignored the Ninth Prince. The Ninth Prince acted as if he didn't hear what the two said. He slowly approached with the protection of his Draconic Providence until he was only 100 miles away from Zhao Feng. A bright white light suddenly shot out from the Ninth Prince's pseudo-crown prince seal. It left behind a golden mark of a dragon as it descended onto Zhao Feng's body. A layer of golden light surrounded Zhao Feng along with streaks of dragon-like light. Zhao Feng, this is as far as I can help you. After doing all that, the Ninth Prince took the pseudo-crown prince seal, which had dimmed once more, and quickly retreated. Damn it, this brat. The Emperor of Death cursed. This layer of Draconic Providence contained a unique power that was comparable to destruction and death, and it instantly reduced the power of the Emperor of Death's gaze of death. Zhao Feng's eyes became extremely determined as he circulated his eye intent and dragged the Emperor of Death's soul with him. Unfortunately, this Draconic Providence could only protect him temporarily. If Zhao Feng could use this Draconic Providence, he would be able to increase the power of the gaze of the God Eye. Even the power of draconic providence will be destroyed eventually. The Emperor of Death harumphed coldly as the soul eye bloodline technique of death in his eyes became stronger. The draconic providence around Zhao Feng's body started to dim. However, at this moment, the corrosion of Zhao Feng's body and soul was very small. This won't do. The Emperor of Death's gaze of death uses the intent of death to the extreme. On the other hand, my gaze of the God Eye is only infused with the Tao of illusion. With the Emperor of Death's current soul intent, he can completely ignore my illusion. Zhao Feng used this short period of safety to quickly think of a plan. Not even sacred kings could enter the imperial tombs, so the power of the god-slaying arrow obviously couldn't be used by sacred kings. Furthermore, even if he did use the god-slaying arrow, it wouldn't truly kill the Emperor of Death, so it would be pointless. However, what other way did Zhao Feng have to deal with this life-and-death situation? What, you've given up? Ha ha ha. The Emperor of Death started to laugh as he felt the attraction of Zhao Feng's gaze of the God Eye weaken. Break! The Emperor of Death's cold voice sounded. Who? The draconic providence around Zhao Feng was also eroded away by the intent of death. In a flash, boundless death energy once more wrapped around Zhao Feng like thousands of venomous snakes. Life force disappeared and his soul withered. The Eye of Death contains the intent of death, but what about my God Eye? A question appeared in Zhao Feng's heart as he sensed the limitless power of death around him. If that's the case, Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly flashed with a mysterious light, and his golden hair started to float in the wind. The mysterious golden ball within the dimension of his left eye started to tremble, and a golden ripple that seemed to contain the essence of everything in the world started to spread through the air. God, disintegration. A weird, purple and gold light started to spin in Zhao Feng's left eye, and it seemed to flash through all the particles that Zhao Feng had obtained from disintegrating them. The suction force that was pulling the Emperor of Death into Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly disappeared. Layers of transparent golden ripples spread from Zhao Feng's left eye and instantly pierced through the Emperor of Death thousands of times. What this is? The suction force from Zhao Feng's left eye disappeared, and the Emperor of Death's soul returned to the body of the black-robed man. However, these layers of mysterious and profound golden light waves of unknown power made him very uncomfortable. Suddenly, the Emperor of Death realized that his body was disappearing bit by bit. Tiny particles that couldn't even be seen by the naked eye started to disappear, as if they never existed. At the same time, the Emperor of Death's soul also started to disappear. Everything that belonged to the Emperor of Death was disappearing. What kind of power is this? The Emperor of Death cried out in fear. His death power Upanishad could make all matter and souls age and perish. However, the Emperor of Death couldn't see through the mysterious power that Zhao Feng was displaying. It was like a person watching his own hands suddenly disappear, his feet suddenly disappear, and everything related to him disappeared from the world. In the end, nothing would be left of the Emperor of Death, and he would disappear from this dimension. The mysterious golden ball within the dimension of Zhao Feng's left eye released countless ripples of golden light that merged into his left eye. Intent is being used up so quickly. Zhao Feng jumped up in fright. The God Eye disintegration instantly used the power within the mysterious golden ball to disintegrate the Emperor of Death's body. Logically speaking, its power was on par with the Emperor of Death's gaze of death. However, facing the power of death, both Zhao Feng's body and soul had ways to fight back. As for the Death Emperor, he could only watch as everything he had gradually disappeared. Very soon, the Emperor of Death's body was completely disintegrated, leaving only his soul floating in the air. However, Zhao Feng could still see that the particles of the samsara immortal body that had been disintegrated were still slowly gathering and trying to recover his body. However, with the help of Zhao Feng's God-Eye disintegration, the recovery speed of the samsara immortal body wasn't as fast as the speed of disintegration. Emperor of Death, slowly disappear from this world. Zhao Feng's cold voice sounded. How is this possible? Even if your God's eye awakens again, it shouldn't have such a weird power. The Emperor of Death roared in fear. The reason why he was afraid was because the samsara immortal body that had disappeared hadn't recovered. The Emperor of Death even suspected that the slowly disappearing samsara immortal body would revive in the samsara of death. On the other hand, Zhao Feng was still able to resist the Emperor of Death's gaze of death. Although Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body had completely disappeared, and his body was starting to become skinny, the lifespan of his soul had decreased by several thousand years. The Emperor of Death's body had disappeared. His soul was starting to become transparent, but the Emperor of Death's entire body had disappeared. The disappearance of his soul caused his soul power to weaken, and the power of the gaze of death also started to decrease. Sai. Zhao Feng felt that his powerful eye intent was about to be used up, and a piercing pain came from his left eye. If this continued, Zhao Feng would lose even more eye intent, and even if the Emperor of Death was completely disintegrated, he would still revive in the samsara of death. 1. Zhao Feng's eye intent once again activated the mysterious golden ball. The golden ripple started to speed up under the vision of his left eye. The Emperor of Death's soul started to disappear even faster. The Emperor of Death, who had an immortal soul and body, had never been so scared before. My samsara immortal body still hasn't recovered. The Emperor of Death's eyes suddenly stopped using the gaze of death. Run! The Emperor of Death's soul turned into a streak of gray light and tried to escape. You want to run? Humph! Zhao Feng harumphed coldly as he used the gaze of the God-Eye again. Ignoring the fact that his eye intent was being used up, a powerful suction force appeared from Zhao Feng's purple and golden left eye. Zhao Feng was prepared for this. He wouldn't let the Emperor of Death's Yuan soul escape so easily like last time. Once the Emperor of Death entered the dimension of his left eye, Zhao Feng would imprison him and prevent his soul from dying. That way, the Emperor of Death wouldn't be able to revive in the samsara of death. However, a ripple suddenly appeared in the dimension of space, and it radiated an ultimate power that couldn't be defied. A pair of hellish eyes slowly appeared above the Emperor of Death's soul. Within them, there was a circle of black lines that spun endlessly like the cycle of life and death. His life and death will be controlled by the samsara of death. Chapter 970. His life and death will be controlled by the samsara of death. Above the Emperor of Death's soul, a pair of hellish eyes slowly appeared. Within them, there was a circle of black runes that seemed to be the cycle of life and death that spun endlessly. Everything within 1,000 miles fell back into the abyss of samsara as soon as it escaped from Zhao Feng's God-Eye and intent of death. The entire world became dark, as if it would forever be imprisoned there. When Zhao Feng saw the pair of dark yellow eyes, he seemed to see his past and present life. The black lines in the eyes were like the path of his life, and they contained an unfathomable philosophy of life and death. This is the eyes of samsara. Zhao Feng was stunned. The eyes of samsara had the ability to make one soul immortal and create a samsara immortal body. There were even other abilities that Zhao Feng didn't know about. At this moment, the power of the eyes of samsara had descended into the imperial tombs. However, the target of the eyes of samsara wasn't Zhao Feng. It was the Emperor of Death. A powerful eye intent suddenly shot out from the eyes of samsara, and even Zhao Feng's soul intent became dazed. The eyes of samsara suddenly released a suction force from the samsara eye. The Emperor of Death's soul slowly broke free from the suction force of Zhao Feng's gaze of the God-Eye and was pulled upward by an even stronger suction force. The suction force of this samsara surpassed Zhao Feng's gaze of the God-Eye. After all, Zhao Feng had used the God Eye disintegration before, and almost all of Zhao Feng's eye intent had been used up. At this moment, Zhao Feng was using all of his eye intent. At the same time, the Emperor of Death's samsara immortal body started to condense in the air and slowly recover before wrapping around the Emperor of Death's soul. After all, Zhao Feng had already stopped using the God Eye disintegration. Seeing this, the Emperor of Death let out a breath. He originally thought that the samsara immortal body wouldn't reappear. From the looks of it, not even Zhao Feng's transformed God Eye could kill him, who had fallen into the samsara of death. Zhao Feng, my pursuit will never stop. Once you leave the imperial tombs, I will enter a sacred lord-level samsara immortal body and wait for you. The Emperor of Death followed the attraction of the eyes of samsara and slowly broke free from Zhao Feng's gaze of the God Eye and entered the samsara of death. Zhao Feng's face was gloomy and his eyes were burning with anger. The Emperor of Death's soul had reached the early stages of the mystic light realm. If he obtained the samsara immortal body, his battle power would increase dramatically. At that time, not only would the Emperor of Death's soul be extremely powerful, but his physical power of death would also pose a great threat to Zhao Feng. After all, Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body didn't have an indestructible body. If it was destroyed, Zhao Feng would have to steal someone else's body and recultivate. As the Emperor of Death's soul and samsara immortal body slowly entered the eyes of samsara, Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically, and his eyes became filled with determination. Zhao Feng's left eye stopped circulating, and the gaze of the God Eye stopped. The Emperor of Death, couldn't help but laugh mockingly when he saw Zhao Feng stop the gaze of the God Eye. He belonged to the samsara of death, and even if Zhao Feng was in his complete state, the gaze of the God Eye wouldn't be able to resist the attraction of the samsara of death. However, suddenly, Zhao Feng's left eye opened, and a faint golden beam of light shot out and landed on the Emperor of Death's soul, passing through it. What is this? The Emperor of Death paused for a moment. This power that didn't seem to be physical or soul-like passed through everything and didn't affect him at all. It was as if it didn't exist in this dimension. However, so what if it did affect him? The Emperor of Death completely ignored Zhao Feng's useless attempt and smiled. The Emperor of Death's soul had fallen into the samsara of death, and after obtaining a samsara immortal body, he would never die. What could Zhao Feng do to him? Disintegrate. Zhao Feng lightly spat out 2 words as the faint golden beam of light shot out from his left eye and drew a circle around the Emperor of Death's right eye. After using the God Eye disintegration on the Emperor of Death before, he wasn't affected at all. The Emperor of Death, who had a disdainful expression, suddenly felt a weird feeling in his soul. The Emperor of Death's expression changed dramatically. With his left eye, he saw a strange and terrifying scene. He actually saw his right eye floating out. His eye of death was inherited through his soul, so even though his soul had been revived, he still had the eye of death. At this moment, there was a hole in the Emperor of Death's soul where his right eye should be. The eye of death floated in the air in front of his soul. Spatial movement. The space around the right eye of death started to ripple. The Emperor of Death seemed to think of something, and fear appeared on his face. Although the right eye of death had left his soul, it still contained his soul intent. Explode. Self-destruct. The Emperor of Death could still communicate with the right eye of death. As long as he destroyed the right eye of death, it would appear once more in the samsara of death. However, in the next instant, the right eye of death disappeared. The connection between the Emperor of Death and the right eye of death also disappeared. Zhao Feng, my eye of death. Where did you hide my eye of death? The Emperor of Death roared as his face twisted like a madman after failing to detonate the eye of death. He had always been the one chasing after Zhao Feng and trying to take the 9th god's eye. However, his right eye of death had been taken by Zhao Feng. He couldn't accept this blow. He knew the abilities of Zhao Feng's god eye, so Zhao Feng must have hidden his left eye somewhere. How is this possible? You actually dug out my eye of death? This is impossible. The Emperor of Death almost went crazy. His soul and body started to struggle as he tried to break free from the suction of the eyes of Samsara and charge toward Zhao Feng, as if he wanted to eat Zhao Feng alive. He couldn't understand what kind of power this mysterious ray of light possessed to be able to separate his eye of death from his soul. The Emperor of Death struggled and circulated his intent of death to resist the eyes of Samsara. However, how could the Emperor of Death break free from the eyes of Samsara? Zhao Feng, give me back my eye of death. The Emperor of Death was sucked into the eyes of Samsara. Remember to give me the other eye of death the next time you come. Zhao Feng's joyful voice sounded as he expressed his gratitude to the Emperor of Death. After losing one of his eyes of death, the power of the gaze of death decreased dramatically. Even if he had an initial stage Samsara immortal body next time, Zhao Feng wouldn't need to be scared. The eyes of Samsara glanced at Zhao Feng after absorbing the Emperor of Death before slowly closing and disappearing into the air. Eyes of Samsara! Zhao Feng muttered as he descended from the air and sat down on the ground. His eye intent and the mysterious golden ball had been used up long ago, but Zhao Feng still managed to use the gaze of the god eye and disintegration at the very end. At this moment, a piercing pain and fatigue washed over Zhao Feng's left eye. Zhao Feng immediately ate some precious herbs. At this moment, he was extremely weak. After being eroded by the intent of death, both his soul and his state of existence had decreased. Luckily, Zhao Feng's foundations were extremely stable, and he would be able to recover in a short amount of time as long as he took care of himself. Zhao Feng quickly circulated the wood of wind lightning and used the herbs to heal his body and soul. After a while, his skinny body slowly recovered to its original state. Zhao Feng's recovery speed was extremely strong. As long as he had enough life force, he would be able to recover on his own. I wonder what use the eyes of death will have for me. Zhao Feng's consciousness instantly entered the dimension of his left eye. An eye of death floated above the mysterious golden ball in a soul-like state. There was also the Emperor of Death's soul intent within it, but it was completely suppressed. I'll use the power of God Tribulation Lightning to get rid of the intent of death within it after I recover. However, the soul state eye of death, Zhao Feng murmured. Zhao Feng had once obtained a remnant of the eye-stealing forbidden technique from the three-eyed saints in Terspatial Ring. There was only some theoretical knowledge on it, and it didn't have any practical experience. Furthermore, the theoretical knowledge was only the analysis of the eye-stealing forbidden technique. What Zhao Feng had obtained now was a soul state eye of death. If I fail, I might destroy the eye of death, which would be the same as returning the eye of death to the Emperor of Death. Zhao Feng's heart dropped. Even if Zhao Feng had the complete eye-stealing technique, he didn't dare to use it rashly. In the end, Zhao Feng could only place the eye of death in the dimension of his god eye. At the very least, the Emperor of Death had been dealt with. He only had one eye of death, so he didn't pose much of a threat to Zhao Feng. In a sea of emerald green bamboos, an illusionary eye of Samsara appeared in front of an elder. A black-robed figure suddenly descended from the eye of Samsara. Your freedom ends here. The elder said calmly, No. Zhao Feng stole my eye of death. I'm going to take it back, and I'm going to take his god eye. The Emperor of Death knelt on the ground and begged in pain. You won't succeed. The elder's expression was calm as he looked into the distance with his dark eyes. No, if you had given me a beginning stage mystic light, realm, samsara, immortal body from the start, I wouldn't have lost. The Emperor of Death roared. He was filled with hatred and unwillingness. Humph. The black patterns in the old man's eyes suddenly spun. Arg, no. The black symbols on the Emperor of Death's body and soul started to flash with a dark yellow light, and an irresistible power of samsara was released. The Emperor of Death's body and soul started to twist and slowly tear apart. Boom! The Emperor of Death's body and soul started to shatter under this inhumane torture. The next instant, a black figure faintly appeared in the elder's eye of samsara. The elder then slowly walked toward a bamboo room. Disciple, tell me about your dream yesterday. Okay. Within the bamboo room was a girl wearing a faint green shirt. She had a pair of clear eyes, and her hair was like willow leaves that floated in the wind. She gave off a calm and peaceful feeling when she smiled. In the dream, my father, the city lord, told me to have a martial contest to find a spouse. When the contest was about to end, a one-eyed youth with azure hair came. I can't remember his name. Chapter 971. When the forbidden power disappeared, the members of the Ninth Prince's team immediately entered. The members of the Ninth Prince's team, who were waiting anxiously outside, immediately entered. Zhao Feng! Everyone found that Zhao Feng was sitting cross-legged on a piece of barren land, and their worried hearts instantly relaxed. From the looks of it, Zhao Feng had won. Let's wait here, Old Ing suggested. The other members didn't disagree. They could feel the terrifying auras of the battle between Zhao Feng and the Emperor of Death from 1,000 miles away. When they got close, the life force in their bodies would start to fade away. It was hard to imagine what kind of shocking battle Zhao Feng and the black-robed person had fought. And now Zhao Feng was still alive. To them, this was a miracle. Unknowingly, when everyone placed their focus on Zhao Feng, if something happened to Zhao Feng, then this crown prince trial would end for them. Your Highness, we still have hope. Old Ing consoled. The Ninth Prince's pseudo-crown prince seal originally had a lot of draconic providence, far more than what he had expected. However, in this unexpected battle against sacred Lord Dark Soul, he used up a portion of his draconic providence. The Ninth Prince then risked his life to enter the battle between Zhao Feng and the Emperor of Death to help Zhao Feng use up another portion of his draconic providence. About half of the draconic providence within the Ninth Prince's pseudo-crown prince seal had been used up. And as long as Brother Zhao is still alive, there's hope. The Ninth Prince nodded his head. He didn't regret this outcome at all. If it weren't for Zhao Feng's help, he wouldn't have been able to reach this step. Most of the draconic providence within the pseudo-crown prince seal was obtained by Zhao Feng. 3 days passed quickly. Let's go. After sitting cross-legged for 3 days, Zhao Feng finally spoke. In reality, Zhao Feng's injuries had already healed, but the weakening of his soul took a while for Zhao Feng to recover. Fortunately, the power of the ancient lightning within the charred black would have a great nourishing effect on Zhao Feng's soul. Perhaps this was the uniqueness of the lightning soul constitution. It allowed one to recover from injuries on the soul level by absorbing the power of lightning. At the same time, Zhao Feng realized that his battle with the Emperor of Death had laid a solid foundation for his undying sacred lightning body. Back then, Zhao Feng couldn't complete the undying sacred lightning body quickly, so he put it aside. After such a long time, and with the help of the Emperor of Death's intent of death, he could finally start cultivating. Everyone was shocked. Zhao Feng had already recovered. Such a terrifying opponent, such a fierce battle. And Zhao Feng treated himself, and it only took 3 days? As a doctor, even Zhou Suo was shocked as she inspected Zhao Feng. She only felt relieved after confirming that Zhao Feng did not have any serious injuries. Zhao Feng, what about the Emperor of Death? Old Ing asked. He was also stunned when he found out the black-robed person's true identity and that he had a samsara body. His body was undying, his soul had reached the level of a sacred lord, and he had the eyes of samsara. Even normal sacred lords wouldn't be able to fight back against the Emperor of Death. However, after the battle ended, Zhao Feng was the only one left. Old Ing could only sigh. He would never be able to see through this youth in front of him. The other members also looked at Zhao Feng. Although it was obvious that Zhao Feng had won, They wanted to hear it from Zhao Feng's own mouth. I'm leaving. Zhao Feng gave a simple answer. Leaving? Everyone paused for a moment. This answer didn't let them know who won. Then Zhao Feng, stay in the Imperial Palace after you leave the Imperial tombs. Olding started to think. This time, Zhao Feng might have won, but the Emperor of Death was undying. However, the Emperor of Death was unkillable, so it was possible for him to revive in the samsara of death the instant he died. Zhao Feng would only be safe if he stayed in the Imperial Palace. That's right. No matter who wins or loses, Brother Zhao can stay with me for now. The 9th prince immediately agreed. We'll see when the time comes. Zhao Feng didn't agree or reject Olding and the 9th prince's good intentions. He wasn't sure what he would do after leaving the Imperial tombs. Would he stay in the Imperial Palace and hide from 9 Darkness Palace? Would he return to the Ocean Smoke Pavilion, or would he search for the Eyes of Samsara? Zhao Feng still remembered what the 6 Warlock Divine Sage said. The only way to confirm Lu Qinxin's location is to find the Eyes of Samsara. The Eyes of Samsara might have the ability to do that, but Zhao Feng didn't know much about it. However, Zhao Feng wasn't sure if the Eyes of Samsara were friend or foe because of the Emperor of Death. Within the 7th Prince's metallic city, should we go and confirm whether Zhao Feng is dead or alive? Jiang Hao asked. Are you crazy? Zhao Feng is definitely dead. Even I don't dare to get close to the black-robed person. A quasi-sacred lord immediately exclaimed. After Sacred Lord Dark Soul returned, he was sent to approach the location where Zhao Feng and the black-robed person were fighting. He wasn't even able to see the person before he was scared back by the terrifying intent of death. But the black-robed person didn't come back either. Jiang Hao wasn't courteous towards this quasi-sacred lord. Jiang Hao's words silenced all the people in the crowd. The 9th Prince's team and the black-robed person hadn't come back. This was weird. Don't worry. Even if Zhao Feng is still alive, he's heavily injured. It's impossible for him to attack us. Sacred Lord Dark Soul knew the black-robed person's mastery of the soul the best, so he had a confident expression. Zhao Feng was the most important beast tamer in this battle. Now that his soul was injured, he couldn't control the beasts. The 9th Prince and Zhao Feng are here. Zhang Yi's voice suddenly sounded. Sacred Lord Dark Soul's expression became dark. He regretted what he just said. Zhang Yi and a doctor were taking care of the beasts outside. The beasts that had been eroded by the intent of death would die very soon if they weren't treated. He didn't expect to see this scene because of this. He looked at Zhao Feng in fear. What kind of monster is he? Whoosh! The members of the 7th Prince's team immediately went to the city walls and looked into the distance. Zhao Feng is fine? The quasi-sacred lord that was sent out but didn't even see Zhao Feng, or the Emperor of Death, was surprised. Impossible. The black-robed person specializes in the intent of death. Zhao Feng's soul should be heavily injured. At the very least, it won't be easy for him to control the beasts. Sacred Lord Dark Soul's dark eyes looked at Zhao Feng. Even he was slightly scared of the black-robed person. He wasn't willing to admit that Zhao Feng was fine. From the looks of it, this battle is unavoidable. The scholar looked at the members of the 9th Prince's team and came to a conclusion from their expressions. The return of the 9th Prince's team also shocked the other Heaven's legacy cities and the other 3 Princes' teams. The black-robed person and Sacred Lord Dark Soul chased after the 9th Prince's team. But no one from the 9th Prince's team died? The 2nd Prince's expression changed. How is that possible? The black-robed person? He didn't come back. The 13th Prince had an ugly expression as killing intent appeared in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, battle intent surged in you, Tianhao's eyes. It seems like no one can do anything to him. The 8th Prince sighed. The 9th Prince's team arrived outside the 7th Prince's, Heaven's legacy city once more. The ninth prince's team wasn't mocked by anyone. The seventh prince's team was ready for battle. His soul. Sacred Lord Dark Soul inspected Zhao Feng closely and found that Zhao Feng didn't seem to be injured, and the aura of his soul was extremely strong. Attack at full force. Our main target is Zhao Feng. We just need to break his control over the beasts. The scholar immediately messaged the members of the team and told them the plan. Zhao Feng, is there any problem? Olding asked. He knew that the battle between Zhao Feng and the Emperor of Death would definitely be a battle of the soul. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Attack at full force. Zhao Feng's eyes were calm. No one would stop him this time. He would take over this heaven's legacy city. Hearing what Zhao Feng said, everyone became excited. They knew that Zhao Feng would take out all his beasts and show them the strength of the ninth prince's team. Go! The scholar roared, and all the members instantly charged out. A terrifying, magnificent power crushed forward, and their target was Zhao Feng. Zhang Yi also ordered the beasts to get into formation. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change as he looked at the seventh prince's team and waved his left hand. Boom! A terrifying beast aura suddenly appeared outside the seventh prince's city wall. This terrifying aura instantly shattered the charge of the seventh prince's team. This fierce aura made everyone feel as if this place had become a kingdom of beasts, and they had become prey. A group of beasts completely surrounded the seventh prince's city wall. Venomous black-striped scorpions, wind wolves, night wolves, red-headed ice snakes, winged wolves, 7 sky-shaking golden apes, and several emperor-level rare beasts. The people that charged out from the seventh prince's city wall stopped, and almost tripped and fell to the ground. At the back, Zhang Yi, who was still arranging his troops, fell to the ground. The beasts he controlled retreated in panic and howled. How many beasts are there? Zhang Yi's voice trembled in disbelief. Moreover, these demonic beasts were all from the immemorial dream realm. They were ferocious and not ordinary. At this moment, a chubby green crystal silkworm slowly flew out from Zhao Feng's hand. A terrifying primordial aura descended upon the place. The countless beasts around Zhao Feng instantly roared, and limitless fierce auras shook heaven and earth. In an instant, this beast from the 10,000 ancient races bloodline became the leader of all the beasts. They were willing to submit to the pure ancient bloodline of the cloud silkworm, Saint Butterfly, and fight for it. What should we do? The seventh prince's face instantly paled as he looked at the scholar. Everyone fight, but change the plan. The scholar took a deep breath. Change the target to the ninth prince. Force him with all your might, and even threaten his life. The scholar's firm voice sounded in everyone's mind. The seventh prince paused for a moment and understood what the scholar was trying to do. As long as the ninth prince used the pseudo-crown prince seal to ask for help, everything would end. It would be pointless no matter how many beasts Zhao Feng had. Chapter 972. When a terrifying demonic beast aura appeared outside the seventh prince's steel city wall, the seventh prince was not the only one who was dumbfounded. The members of the other 3 Tianji cities, the alliance of the 3 princes outside the Tianji city in the west, and all the spectators in the great Qian dynasty were all stunned by the scene. How can there be so many beasts? The 5th prince looked into the distance in a daze. He regretted not having asked the 2nd prince to invite the 9th prince. It would be extremely easy for such a beast horde to break through the 8th prince's city walls. Furthermore, the 9th prince's team wasn't weak either. No undead appeared when facing the black-robed figure and sacred Lord Dark Soul. From the looks of it, Zhao Feng really thinks that attacking us is pointless. The 8th prince next to Luo Zun paused for a moment before speaking with a smile. He regretted not befriending Zhao Feng back then, but he felt lucky that he didn't become enemies with Zhao Feng. The 7th prince wasn't the only one who was scared of the 9th prince's team. Even the 13th prince and the 4th prince's teams were stunned. Is he really a beast tamer? Xian Yuanwen had a solemn expression. Xian Yuanwen didn't want to fight with such a terrifying beast tamer, even if he had a substandard god weapon. Xian Yuanwen didn't want to fight with Zhao Feng in his current state. This Zhao Feng, Sacred Lord Black Demon from Nine Darkness Palace, had an ugly expression. He started to suspect that when he fought with Zhao Feng hadn't used his full strength. At the very least, he hadn't let out a single beast. The Great Gan Lord Dynasty's Imperial Palace became chaotic. Could this be Zhao Feng's beast-taming abilities? There are so many beasts. This is going to be interesting. The seventh prince has 2 sacred lords on his side. Many of the experts present sighed in shock. Only the ninth prince's hall was filled with excitement. The experts that were suspicious of Zhao Feng at the start were now ashamed. I didn't expect Zhao Feng's beast-taming abilities to be so strong. Ha ha ha, the ninth prince's team was holding back at the start. I think that the ninth prince has some hope. An elder's eyes lit up. Duke Nanfeng also smiled and nodded his head. He chose to stand on the ninth prince's side because he wanted to return the favor to Zhao Feng. He didn't think about whether or not the ninth prince could become the crown prince. However, from his point of view, the ninth prince had a chance. Perhaps, in the end, he would be the one who benefited from following Zhao Feng. When facing the ninth prince's team and the large number of beasts, the ninth prince's team wouldn't be able to do anything. The seventh prince's team finally understood that they had underestimated the ninth prince's team. This would be a tough battle. Zhang Yi, try your best to contain Zhao Feng's beast horde. The scholar immediately took command of the battle. All right. Zhang Yi's face turned red. He couldn't care less about Zhao Feng's ability to tame and control beasts. He only wanted to win and defend the city. This time, all members of the seventh prince's team were ready for battle. Be careful, they're coming, Olding exclaimed. Although Zhao Feng had a lot of demonic beasts, they didn't have any top experts on their side. If the seventh prince's team chose to defend the city, they might have a bigger advantage. However, the scholar saw through the situation and chose to attack first. Protect Zhao Feng. Olding thought for a moment and said, normally speaking, protecting the beast tamer was the most important thing in this battle. However, the beast tamer in their team was the strongest. Sure, Yulei, keep an eye on those 2 from Sky Sword Pavilion. Olding gave Sure Yulei a mission. Sure Yulei specialized in physical defense, which countered Sky Sword Pavilion's domineering sword Dao attacks. Olding and Su Qingling kept an eye on Sacred Lord Dark Soul. Okay. Sure Yulei immediately locked onto Sacred Lord Sharp Edge and Lu Tianqi. He was naturally no match for these 2, but Sure Yulei only needed to do his best to block the attacks of these 2 sword masters. Whoosh! Apart from the seventh prince and Zhang Yi, the other 6 members of the seventh prince's team all charged out. At first glance, their target was Zhao Feng. As I thought. Old Ying's expression became grim. The seventh prince's team's main target was still Zhao Feng when facing such a large beast horde. Zhao Feng, watch out! Olding warned. After all, Zhao Feng wasn't at his peak state yet. I'm fine. Zhao Feng wasn't worried at all as he circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Boom! All the beasts around him made their moves and charged toward the seventh prince's city wall. Only 7 sky-shaking golden apes were left behind. What? This brat is telling the beasts to attack at full power? Sacred Lord Dark Soul was surprised. Logically speaking, all of them were pretending to attack Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng would leave a large number of beasts to defend. However, he only left 7 sky-shaking golden apes behind. This situation was very different from the analysis of the Confucian scholar. Master Zhang Yi, defend! The seventh prince's heart dropped when he saw the beasts charging over. Okay. Zhang Yi circulated his soul intent and controlled the beasts to block the city gates. You're courting death. Do you think just 7 sky-shaking golden apes can stop our attacks? Sacred Lord Sharp Edge had an enraged expression as he waved the white jade sword in his hand, and a series of sword images shot into the sky with limitless sword intent. Who? Sacred Lord Sharp Edge slashed out, and limitless sword images and sword intent instantly condensed into one and formed an illusionary white sword. The sharp sword intent seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Let me. Sure Yulei raised the giant dark yellow shield with both hands and walked in front of Zhao Feng. The dragon head engraving on the giant dark yellow shield suddenly lit up and gave off the faint roar of a dragon. Golden sand flowed out of the mouth of the dragon head and slowly formed a wall of sand. You won't be able to stop it. Sacred Lord Sharp Edge harumphed coldly in disdain. Boom! The illusionary white sword broke through the sand wall. Boom! All of a sudden, an astonishing physical strength shattered the remaining power of the white heavenly sword. Who? A dazzling golden blue metal giant dashed out. The powerful physical pressure instantly shocked the other 5 people. What? That's Zhao Feng? Sacred Lord Sharp Edge's expression turned to surprise. A body-strengthening expert. Lu Tianqi, a member of the younger generation from Sky Sword Pavilion, exclaimed, "How laughable! You're a beast tamer, but you're the one fighting?" Sacred Lord Sharp Edge roared as he slashed down another beam of sword light toward Zhao Feng. The other 5 from the 7th Prince's team also charged out and pretended to attack Zhao Feng while waiting for a good chance to attack the 9th Prince together. Who? Sure Yulei charged forward once more and used the defensive abilities of his inheritance, Sacred Weapon, to block most of the power of Sacred Lord Sharp Edge's sword light. Roar! Roar! 7 sky-shaking golden apes instantly roared and leaped out from beside Zhao Feng toward the 5 experts from the 7th Prince's team. You guys stall Sacred Lord Sharp Edge. Zhao Feng messaged the others. Sacred Lord Sharp Edge seemed to be slightly stronger out of the 2 Sacred Lords on the 7th Prince's team. However, Su Qingling, who specialized in the soul, was too weak and wasn't able to stop Sacred Lord Dark Soul. On the other hand, Sure Yulei's bloodline and defensive inheritance Sacred Weapon were able to stall Sacred Lord Sharp Edge's attacks. Okay. The 9th Prince and company didn't doubt Zhao Feng's words at all. They all moved out and blocked Sacred Lord Sharp Edge. Sacred Lord Dark Soul, Jiang Hao, Lu Tianqi, and company from the 7th Prince's team paused for a moment when they saw this. What's the meaning of this? The scholar's expression froze. Apart from Zhao Feng, everyone from the 9th Prince's team went to block Sacred Lord Sharp Edge and ignored them. In this situation, should they suddenly attack the 9th Prince or deal with Zhao Feng, who had no one to protect him? The scholar started to think. Roar! At this moment, the 7 sky-shaking golden apes charged over. Fuck off! Lu Tianqi gave a loud shout and slashed out with countless overbearing and cold sword lights. Ice magic spear. Jiang Hao quickly stabbed out with his white spear, and countless white shadows containing cold sharpness shot towards the sky-shaking golden apes. However, the sky-shaking golden ape's body was huge, and its defense was astonishing. It forcefully resisted the 2's attacks and punched out with both fists. Sacred Lord Dark Soul, kill Zhao Feng. The scholar quickly made a decision. Lu Tianqi and Jiang Hao were responsible for restraining the 7 sky-shaking golden apes. Therefore, only the scholar, Sacred Lord Dark Soul, and another quasi-sacred lord were left. Although the situation in front of him looked like a trap, however, he didn't believe that the 3 of them couldn't deal with a king-beast tamer. Hee, aren't you guys going back to defend the city? Zhao Feng suddenly smiled. Go back and help Master Zhang Yi. The scholar's expression changed slightly as he ordered the quasi-sacred lord. Zhao Feng had only left 7 sky-shaking golden apes behind, while the rest of the demonic beasts were attacking the city. Zhang Yi and the seventh prince were naturally unable to stop them. If the city wall was broken, the seventh prince would be surrounded by the beasts, and they would lose. At this moment, the seventh prince and Zhang Yi were defending the city wall, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Hu, the quasi-sacred lord, flew toward the city wall. Whoosh! The scholar and sacred Lord Dark Soul instantly charged toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng looked at the two of them and gave a faint smile. The cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly next to him opened its mouth and spat out colorful silk that instantly shot through the air and covered the area within a few thousand feet. However, the scholar and sacred Lord Dark Soul were already prepared. They either dodged or destroyed the silk as they continued to charge toward Zhao Feng. You think the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly can stop us? Sacred Lord Dark Soul snickered coldly as his soul power surged. However, Jiang Hao's exclamation suddenly sounded from behind them. Damn it, what's this? Jiang Hao's vision was blocked by the sky-shaking golden apes, so he wasn't on guard and was caught by the silk. On the other side, Lu Tianqi was also caught by the silk and became less agile. The scholar's expression became grim. He suddenly understood that the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly's attack wasn't targeted at them. This youth. The scholar suddenly had a weird feeling when he saw the calm expression on Zhao Feng's face. It was as if the moment he changed his mind and attacked Zhao Feng, this youth had already taken control of the battle. Sacred Lord Dark Soul, finish this quickly. The scholar messaged Sacred Lord Dark Soul. Zhao Feng's calm expression made him annoyed. However, right after he said that, Hu Wang, a pair of scarlet wings of lightning spread behind Zhao Feng's back, and he turned into a bolt of red and white lightning as he charged toward them. What? He's attacking first? The scholar's expression turned to surprise. This youth's actions were extremely weird. He couldn't guess what he was doing. You're courting death. Sacred Lord Dark Soul was enraged as well. He circulated his soul power, and a dark gray short sword in his hand slashed out a dark ripple. Chapter 973. You're courting death. Sacred Lord Dark Soul was enraged as well. His soul power surged, and a dark gray short sword in his hand slashed out a faint black ripple. This black ripple was extremely thin, but it was like a sharp blade that flashed through the air and gave off a soul-shaking aura. Sacred Lord Dark Soul didn't believe that Zhao Feng, a measly king, could finish off the black-robed person. It was definitely the 9th Prince's team that helped Zhao Feng defeat the black-robed person after pushing him back. On the other side, the scholar unleashed golden white palms that worked together with Sacred Lord Dark Soul's soul attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng didn't dodge their attacks. It was as if he didn't even see them as he charged toward the scholar. You're really courting death. Sacred Lord Dark Soul couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Even normal sacred lords wouldn't dare to ignore his soul attack. However, the scholar's expression became even more solemn. Zhao Feng's weird actions made him feel extremely uneasy. What kind of beast tamer was there in the world? Not only did he attack a sacred lord, but he was also ignoring their attacks? From the perspective of others, this was courting death. Whoosh! The moment the black ripple touched Zhao Feng's soul, Zhao Feng instantly circulated his soul, intent to protect it. However, it was obvious that this wasn't enough to stop Sacred Lord Dark Soul's attack. After Zhao Feng's soul intent was sliced open, the black ripple started to slice toward Zhao Feng's soul. Countless symbols of God Tribulation lightning instantly flashed within Zhao Feng's soul. All of these symbols of God Tribulation lightning flowed through Zhao Feng's soul and gathered at the location where the black ripple came from, shattering it. However, from the perspective of others, it was as if Zhao Feng hadn't done anything at all. The soul attack that was slashing toward Zhao Feng disappeared like a stone sinking into the ocean. How is this possible? Sacred Lord Dark Soul felt Zhao Feng circulate his soul intent to block his soul attack. That soul intent was very faint and strong, but it wasn't enough to block his soul attack. Zhao Feng's speed didn't decrease at all. He dealt with Sacred Lord Dark Soul's soul attack and clashed with the scholar's golden white palm. Boom! The golden white palm shadow was directly shattered. Zhao Feng emerged from the white dust cloud. Not good. The scholar's expression changed drastically as he sensed a trace of danger. His and Sacred Lord Dark Soul's attacks were easily blocked by Zhao Feng. At this time, Zhao Feng's target was him. White Jade Soul Sealing Palm. The jade-faced scholar hurriedly pushed out several palm techniques. In that instant, the surrounding world seemed to have fallen into a swamp, and there was even the illusion that time had slowed down. Boom! Several golden palms of light shot out, twisting and distorting as they slammed into Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's speed and movements instantly froze. Taking advantage of this gap, the Confucian scholar moved backwards. This palm technique. Zhao Feng exclaimed. The palm technique that the scholar was using was the same as the sky sealing palm that little Kuan Yin used in the past. However, with the scholar's foundation, this palm technique wasn't able to threaten Zhao Feng at all. Boom! Zhao Feng activated his sacred lightning body once more, and a surge of physical force spread through the air and created thunderous booms. Sacred Lord Dark Soul, what's going on? At this moment, the Confucian scholar immediately asked. Sacred Lord Dark Soul's attack didn't seem to have much effect on Zhao Feng. Leave this brat to me. Sacred Lord Dark Soul's expression became grim, and he didn't explain anything as he charged toward Zhao Feng. He wouldn't be careless this time. His attack was blocked so easily by Zhao Feng. This made him lose face. At this moment, Zhao Feng had just escaped from the scholar's intent. Zhao Feng had a calm expression as he looked at Sacred Lord Dark Soul, and a dark golden light flashed in his left eye. Soul confusion. A powerful dark purple soul power enveloped Sacred Lord Dark Soul through Zhao Feng's eye intent. What powerful eye intent! Sacred Lord Dark Soul was stunned. He knew that he had underestimated Zhao Feng. Sacred Lord Dark Soul felt his body become light after being hit by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique. His sacred power and soul intent became chaotic and uncontrollable. On the other hand, Zhao Feng quickly passed by Sacred Lord Dark Soul and charged toward the scholar. That brat's eye bloodline technique is effective against me. Sacred Lord Dark Soul felt as if his body wasn't listening to him. He wanted to attack as Zhao Feng passed by him, but he was half a beat too slow. What are you doing, Sacred Lord Dark Soul? The scholar had a deadly expression. Sacred Lord Dark Soul brushed past Zhao Feng, and the two of them didn't attack each other. If it wasn't for the fact that the scholar had sensed the undulations of Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique, he would have thought that Sacred Lord Dark Soul was a spy on the seventh prince's side. However, how could Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique be effective against Sacred Lord Dark Soul? Make the seventh prince admit defeat. Zhao Feng's voice sounded in the scholar's mind while he was thinking. The scholar instantly felt as if 10,000 bolts of lightning were crashing through his soul, and he felt a numbing pain. When he regained consciousness, a powerful sacred lightning body crushed down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. The scholar's expression was filled with fear as he felt Zhao Feng's mastery of the soul. He finally knew why Sacred Lord Dark Soul was hit by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique. The scholar immediately retreated, and a green talisman appeared in his hand. Countless weird talismans were engraved on it, and the powerful undulation of sacred power made even Zhao Feng shake. However, from beginning to end, Zhao Feng was able to see everything that was happening to the scholar. When the scholar took out the azure talisman, Zhao Feng had already made his preparations. mental energy spike. A cold, golden-purple crystal spike shot out from Zhao Feng's left eye and charged into the scholar's soul. Arg! The piercing pain in the soul stopped the scholar's movements, and he was unable to release the talisman. Boom! Zhao Feng flapped his wings and punched out. The terrifying physical force sent the scholar flying into the city wall, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The little thieving cat then landed on Zhao Feng's shoulder and held the green talisman in its paws, as if it was showing off. What? The hearts of the seventh prince and company, who were fighting against the beasts on the city wall, shook when they saw the scholar fly past them, and they looked toward the battle in the distance. Sacred Lord Sharp-Edge was being held back by the members of the ninth prince's team, and Shirley was the main focus, adding on the fact that everyone was ganging up on him. Sacred Lord Sharp-Edge was in a passive situation. Jiang Hao and Lu Tianqi were surrounded by 7 sky-shaking golden apes. After the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly's silk attack succeeded, the 2 of them started to become weaker. This meant that the person who sent the scholar flying could only be Zhao Feng. Arg! Zhao Feng, I'll kill you! Sacred Lord Dark Soul roared in anger. Zhao Feng had killed the scholar right in front of him. What kind of humiliation was that? Humph! Zhao Feng snickered coldly and turned toward Sacred Lord Dark Soul. After taking care of the 7th Prince's team, nothing else would happen. Wind, lightning, eye flame. A shocking surge of eye bloodline flames appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye. Purple and gold light spun around it, and wisps of dark, golden god tribulation lightning flashed. Boom! A ball of transparent, dark lightning fire with the aura of god tribulation lightning exploded on Sacred Lord Dark Soul's body. Sacred Lord Dark Soul felt as if 10,000 bolts of lightning were exploding in his body, and the god tribulation lightning merged into his soul eye bloodline flame was still burning. However, Sacred Lord Dark Soul was a sacred lord that specialized in the soul, and he had a sacred body. Both his soul and body had a strong resistance against the wind, lightning eye flame. The instant he recovered, he slashed out with the short, gray sword in his hand in an attempt to stop Zhao Feng's attack. One pitch-black blade after another pierced through the air, slashing toward Zhao Feng from every direction. Boom! Facing Sacred Lord Dark Soul's full-powered attack, Zhao Feng's soul intent shot out with limitless lightning and clashed against Sacred Lord Dark Soul's attack. The appearance of Zhao Feng's soul intent made everyone fighting feel as if their souls were filled with lightning, and their hearts trembled. This is Zhao Feng's soul intent. Jiang Hao, who was still fighting against the sky-shaking golden ape, couldn't help but take several steps back. So strong! Could Zhao Feng really have finished off the black-robed person himself? Lu Tianqi was stunned. The soul intent that Zhao Feng displayed right now wasn't any weaker than Sacred Lord Dark Soul's. Who? The instant Zhao Feng's soul intent appeared, the green cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly next to him suddenly flapped its transparent wings, and a wave of transparent pollen formed a beautiful whirlwind that swept toward Sacred Lord Dark Soul. Not good. My mystic light, sacred power, and soul. Sacred Lord Dark Soul was unable to dodge the cloud silkworm, Saint Butterfly's pollen. The pollen of the cloud silkworm, Saint Butterfly, could pass through the physical dimension and the soul, so it was effective against mystic light, realm sacred lords. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's figure flashed and appeared in front of Sacred Lord Dark Soul after the dream pollen threatened Sacred Lord Dark Soul. In soul charge! Sacred Lord Dark Soul snickered coldly when Zhao Feng got close, and his Sacred Lord-level soul intent turned into a ball of black ghosts that charged forward. It was obvious that the dream pollen didn't have much of an effect on Sacred Lord Dark Soul, and he was purposefully waiting for Zhao Feng to get close. Humph! Zhao Feng snickered coldly. He didn't care about Sacred Lord Dark Soul's soul attack and punched out forcefully. In the soul dimension, the symbols of God Tribulation lightning in Zhao Feng's lightning soul body flashed once more and destroyed Sacred Lord Dark Soul's soul intent. The remaining soul intent landed on Zhao Feng's lightning soul body, but the damage was extremely limited. Boom! Sacred Lord Dark Soul was smashed into the ground by Zhao Feng's punch. How is this possible? He managed to block my soul attack again. Sacred Lord Dark Soul had a sacred body, so Zhao Feng's punch didn't do much damage to him. However, Zhao Feng's mastery of the soul shocked Sacred Lord Dark Soul. Although his silver soul charge wasn't in its most complete state, Sacred Lord Dark Soul was stunned. Whew! Just as Sacred Lord Dark Soul was smashed into the ground, Zhao Feng arrived in front of him and punched out once more with his sacred lightning body. Arg! Sacred Lord Dark Soul started to scream. Sacred Lord Dark Soul specialized in the soul, so his state of existence was obviously his weakness. You can end this now. Zhao Feng's thunderous voice shook the souls of everyone on the battlefield. The entire battlefield instantly became silent. Sacred Lord Dark Soul's screams became even clearer. Chapter 974. It's time to end this. Zhao Feng's thunderous voice echoed in the soul world of everyone on the battlefield. The members of the Seventh Prince's team felt their souls darken and lightning crackled. Sacred Lord Dark Soul. Jiang Hao's expression changed dramatically as he looked at Sacred Lord Dark Soul, who had been smashed by Zhao Feng. Sacred Lord Dark Soul has also lost. The Seventh Prince stood on top of the city wall in a daze. Below the city wall, a terrifying evil aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came surging over like a tsunami. Even if Sacred Lord Dark Soul wasn't defeated by Zhao Feng, the Seventh Prince and company on the city wall wouldn't be able to stop the beasts. This junior, Sacred Lord Sharp Edge, also stopped attacking and looked at Zhao Feng. The reason why the Seventh Prince's team dared to fight with the Ninth Prince's team was because they had two Sacred Lords in their team, even though there was such a huge difference in strength between the demonic beasts. However, even though Sacred Lord Dark Soul and the Scholar teamed up, they were quickly defeated by Zhao Feng. No one could imagine what kind of battle had taken place between the three. However, their gazes slowly turned to the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly and the little thieving cat next to Zhao Feng. Everyone knew that the support abilities of the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly were effective even on Sacred Lords. Thinking about it, that gray cat must also be different from the others. Perhaps Zhao Feng had taken out some other spiritual pets during the battle. Otherwise, Zhao Feng wouldn't have been able to defeat the Scholar and Sacred Lord Dark Soul by himself. But even so, Zhao Feng's own strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Zhao Feng. Sure, Yulei's expression was one of shock and admiration. This, Olding didn't know what to say. They were all acting according to Zhao Feng's instructions. From their point of view, Zhao Feng was strong and should be able to stall Sacred Lord Dark Soul and the Scholar. All they needed to do was wait for the beasts to break through the city walls. However, not long after they stopped Sacred Lord Sharp Edge, Sacred Lord Sharp Edge turned around. Zhao Feng finished off Sacred Lord Dark Soul and the Scholar. Even if Zhao Feng had fully recovered from his injuries, it was impossible for him to recover so quickly. You're not going to leave? Then I'll start a massacre. Zhao Feng looked at the members of the Seventh Prince's team, and his sacred lightning body surged with lightning. Sacred Lord Dark Soul, who was still conscious in the crater in front of Zhao Feng, revealed a look of fear. It was obvious that the massacre Zhao Feng was talking about would start with him. The hearts of the Ninth Prince's team members started to boil with excitement when they heard that. The members of the Seventh Prince's team all had unsightly expressions. Zhao Feng definitely had the qualifications to start a massacre. On the battlefield, the atmosphere was extremely silent. "Let's go, Seventh Highness." Behind the city wall, the jade-faced Confucian slowly flew up. The clothes on his chest were torn, revealing the defensive armor underneath. But even with the defensive armor, the impact of Zhao Feng's punch was enough to make the jade-faced scholar suffer. "We can't beat the Ninth Prince without the battle power of a sacred lord. There's still 3 days until the end of the second stage. If we conserve our strength now, we might still have a chance." The jade-faced scholar's voice sounded in the minds of the other members. "Lu Tianqi, let's go." The jade-white sword in sacred Lord Sharp Edge's hand disappeared. Lu Tianqi lowered his head in shame and left the battlefield. The seventh prince, Zhang Yi and company also left the city wall. In reality, they knew that there was no hope the moment sacred Lord Dark Soul was defeated. It was just that they weren't willing to accept the reality of being defeated by the Ninth Prince's team. One had to know that the Ninth Prince was ranked 7th in the intelligence organization, and the 7th Prince was ranked 3rd. Victory! The Ninth Prince looked at the city wall and the weird structures within it. He had heard many imperial uncles talk about the fortuitous encounters in the Four Heavens legacy cities, but none of them had entered before. The Four Heavens legacy cities were also the locations of the 3rd stage, the Prince's Games. This meant that the Ninth Prince had the right to participate in the Prince's Games. "Let's go in." The main reason old Ing participated in the Crown Prince trial was to help the Ninth Prince, but at this moment he was impatient. He had never entered the cities left behind by the Heavens legacy race before. There would definitely be a lot of information and ancient secrets that no one knew about. The members of the Ninth Prince's team then excitedly entered the Heavens legacy city. The situation in the Four Heavens legacy cities changed for the first time. The one who left was the 7th Prince, and the one who entered was the 9th Prince. The 7th Prince's team lost. Zhao Feng's beast horde has the absolute advantage. No, the important thing is that Sacred Lord Dark Soul was defeated by Zhao Feng. Many experts from the 3 Princes team were stunned. No one had expected such an outcome. They hadn't even taken down the 8th Prince's Heaven's legacy city yet. On the other hand, the 9th Prince's team had defeated the 7th Prince, who was ranked even higher. "Brother 2nd Prince, should we change our target and attack the 9th Prince?" The 5th Prince asked carefully. The 9th Prince and the 7th Prince's team had just gone through a huge battle. Their beasts were injured, and some of their team members were injured as well. "No, there are too many beasts, and Zhao Feng's strength isn't any weaker than normal sacred lords." The 2nd Prince shook his head. The Heavens Legacy City would close for a day when the residents of the Heavens Legacy City changed. During this period of time, the 9th Prince's team might exchange for more beasts and defensive arrays. Furthermore, the 7th Prince's team wouldn't give up now that they had left the Heavens Legacy City. The 2nd Prince and company had to be careful. That's good. After all, the 3rd stage isn't about beast hordes. The 9th Prince is less of a threat to us. The 13th Prince acted like he didn't care and harumphed coldly in the Heavens Legacy City. What strength! Yu Tianhao's eyes locked onto Zhao Feng. He had seen Zhao Feng's performance in the battle clearly. Although Zhao Feng was only a king, his strength was even more terrifying. There were many metallic buildings not far away from the city. These were the residences prepared for the members. The 9th Prince walked into a room and placed his pseudo-crown prince seal on a stone table. The city walls of the Heavens Legacy City instantly closed. This protection only lasts for 1 day. There are still 3 days until the end of the 2nd stage. "Don't let your guard down," Olding said. Zhao Feng faintly nodded his head. This rule was very humane. It gave the prince's teams that had just gone through a huge battle some time to rest and prepare. "Okay, Everyone can go and find their own fortune. You must gather here the next day." Old Ing had an excited expression on his face, and he quickly left after speaking. Then, everyone left to explore this wondrous city. The Heaven's Legacy City and the world outside the city walls were two completely different worlds. This place was peaceful, prosperous, and mysterious. There would never be a war, and there would never be any danger. Meow. The little thieving cat was very excited as it led the way for Xiaofeng. Just like last time, the duo first went to a bookstore and bought a map of the city. Xiaofeng scanned over the map and realized that this Heaven's Legacy City was slightly smaller than the Heaven's Legacy City of the 18 Corners Pirate Sacred Land. However, when he thought about how there were 4 similar Heaven's Legacy Cities, he didn't bother with that. "Let's go to the spiritual pet garden first," Xiaofeng said to the little thieving cat. The little thieving cat was slightly helpless. All the resources it had obtained from the ancient dimension were controlled by Xiaofeng, so it could only follow Xiaofeng's steps. "Do you want to take care of your pet, train it, or buy it?" A short elder puppet slowly walked over. Xiaofeng paused for a moment. He could understand taking care of a pet. It meant leaving the pet here for the spiritual pet garden to heal and take care of it. However, what did train mean? Raising a pet means using a special method to train your pet, strengthen its abilities, or give it new abilities. The elder gave a faint smile as he slowly explained. Xiaofeng nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Raising was to stimulate the inner potential of a pet. However, Xiaofeng felt that it was better to implant a powerful bloodline into the pet. The effect would be better than raising them, and it wouldn't take too long. "I need 3 Emperor-level flying pets." Xiaofeng stated his intentions. "Okay." The elder pointed with his hand, and a white screen appeared in the air. There were countless images of beasts on it. These images quickly flashed, and soon there are only flying Emperor-level pets left on it. "This price?" Xiaofeng's eyebrows furrowed. The beasts on the screen were extremely rare, but the price was much higher than the Heaven's Legacy City that Xiaofeng had entered last time. However, Xiaofeng had a lot of resources and didn't waste time with the elder for 3 Emperor-level pets. In the end, Xiaofeng chose 3 rather normal flying beasts. After leaving the spiritual pet garden, 3 pieces of dragon jade appeared in Xiaofeng's hand. The 3 flying beasts then used their claws to grab a piece of dragon jade. Whoosh! The 3 beasts instantly flew into the sky and left the Heaven's Legacy City. "These are the last 3 pieces of dragon jade," Xiaofeng said softly. Ever since entering the Imperial Tombs, Xiaofeng had obtained 8 pieces of dragon jade from other groups. When he was with Shou Su-er, Xiaofeng gave 4 pieces of dragon jade to the ancient Yao bird and the 3 flying beasts he had tamed in the Imperial Tombs. After meeting up with Old Ing, Xiaofeng tamed a black eagle in the ancient dream realm and took out another piece of dragon jade. After meeting up with Shinjizi's group, Xiaofeng didn't go find flying beasts because time was tight. Now that they had entered the Heaven's Legacy City, Xiaofeng got rid of the last 3 pieces of dragon jade. "I believe that my spiritual pets will give me a surprise in the end." Xiaofeng smiled faintly as he murmured to himself. Dragon jades could only automatically absorb the draconic providence around them. If Xiaofeng held 9 pieces of dragon jade, the total amount of draconic providence he could absorb wouldn't increase. Therefore, Xiaofeng planned to use flying beasts to collect draconic providence from the very beginning. Meow meow. The little thieving cat jumped in front of Xiaofeng. "You want to go to the building of blacksmiths." Xiaofeng understood what the little thieving cat wanted. There was still a lot of time left, so Xiaofeng decided to go with the little thieving cat. Meow. The little thieving cat jumped into a tall building. The building of blacksmiths mainly focused on strengthening and customizing machines. "What can I do for you?" A burly, dark-skinned, middle-aged mechanical man said lightly. Chapter 975. How may I be of service to you? A middle-aged, dark-skinned robot looked at the little thieving cat and spoke with interest. Meow meow. The little thieving cat took off the dark golden necklace from its neck. The dark golden necklace instantly turned into a dark golden dragon snake whip that twisted in the air. The dark-skinned middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he inspected the dark golden dragon snake whip. Merge a dragon tendon into this weapon. The dark-skinned middle-aged man understood what the little thieving cat meant. Meow meow. The little thieving cat entered the misty spatial world and took out some of the materials that Zhao Feng had obtained from the ancient dimension. Zhao Feng's eyes paused. The materials that the little thieving cat took out were all very valuable. The forging tower does have some dragon tendons. Here's the price. The dark-skinned man pointed out with his finger, and a screen of light appeared in the air. There were many types of dragon tendons on it, and the price was enough to make normal mystic light realms sacred. Lords go bankrupt. Meow meow. The little thieving cat looked at Zhao Feng and revealed a begging gaze. Zhao Feng obviously understood what the little thieving cat meant. The dragon tendon was the main material needed to strengthen the dark, golden dragon snake whip. Its value far surpassed the materials that the little thieving cat had just taken out of the misty spatial world. Zhao Feng nodded his head, helplessly. The little thieving cat then took out a large amount of resources and primal crystal stones from the misty spatial world to pay for the dragon tendon. Zhao Feng was slightly stunned. The total value of these resources was almost 10 times the amount that the little thieving cat had used to strengthen the Shadow Kill Imperial Dagger. However, the resources in Zhao Feng's hands were completely different from before. He would be generous this time. Several hours later, the dark-skinned, middle-aged robot took out a dark, golden dragon snake whip from a mysterious furnace. The red light on the surface of the dark, golden dragon snake whip started to fade, and a layer of bright gold lines appeared on its surface. The entire dragon snake whip seemed to become more agile. Meow. The little thieving cat grabbed it, and a silver-gray light merged into it. The dark, golden dragon snake whip instantly twisted in the air and turned into a dark, golden longbow. The little thieving cat aimed the dark, golden longbow at Zhao Feng and lightly pulled the bowstring, as if it was showing off. Zhao Feng was slightly taken aback. It seemed like the enhanced dark gold dragon snake whip was much more flexible. Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment before leaving the forging tower. He currently did not have any weapons or equipment that he needed to enhance. Zhao Feng hadn't fully grasped the skylocking bow yet, but the Ice Imperial Spear had already reached its peak. As for the cost of customizing weapons and equipment, even the current Zhao Feng would have to cough up blood. I'll deal with what I need first. If there are any leftovers, perhaps I can consider upgrading the sky-locking bow. Zhao Feng made up his mind. After all, he had no idea how long it would be before he could return to the Fectus Civilization City. Right now, he had a lot of resources on hand. Many of the items weren't very useful to Zhao Feng, so it was naturally best to spend them all here. Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat then went to the Divine Techniques Palace. In the Divine Techniques Palace, there were secret manuals for sale. They provided all kinds of cultivation methods, and other solutions. Zhao Feng's 5 elemental wind lightning technique and Golden Kuin's sacred lightning body had been fused together in the Fectus City last time. Guests from afar, do you have any requests for custom-made techniques? A scholarly elder gave a kind smile as he looked at the little thieving cat in surprise. I need a soul-type eye fusion and possession technique. Zhao Feng told him why he was here. The Eye of Death was also a soul-type eye, and its abilities were extremely powerful. If he could use the Eye of Death, well, Zhao Feng was obviously willing. Looks like this guest has obtained an eye related to one of the 8 great god eyes. The scholarly elder's eyes flashed. That's right. Zhao Feng was stunned. This elder should only be an automaton of the divine techniques palace, but he was able to guess that Zhao Feng had obtained an eye related to one of the 8 great god eyes. Guessed, there's no need to be surprised. The eye related to one of the 8 great god eyes are all soul-type inheritances, and I can feel a strong eye bloodline aura from your body. The scholarly elder in white light gave a kind smile. Guest, take a look and see which one you want. The scholarly elder pointed out with his finger, and a screen appeared in the air. Many techniques flashed and disappeared. Soon, only the soul-type eye-stealing techniques were left. The screen then quickly moved in front of Zhao Feng. So expensive. Zhao Feng was first stunned by the price of these secret techniques. There were a total of 8 eye-stealing techniques here, and the price of each one far surpassed the resources the little thieving cat needed to strengthen the dark golden dragon snake whip. Guess these secret techniques are in low demand, so they aren't easy to sell. This is already the lowest price. The scholarly elder shook his head. Even in the continent zone, there were very few people who needed the soul eye possession art. The scholarly elder didn't lie to Zhao Feng. Putting aside the fact that eye bloodlines were already rare, most eye bloodlines were taken over in the physical dimension. The soul was too dangerous. Even if someone obtained an eye bloodline, they wouldn't dare to use it rashly. Zhao Feng carefully looked at the information on the screen. In order to ensure the success rate and feasibility of these secret techniques, Zhao Feng decided to ignore the price. I want the soul eye refining technique. Zhao Feng's gaze finally stopped at a certain place. Zhao Feng then looked at the price and took in a deep breath. Calculating it, this would cost almost 30% of Zhao Feng's resources. One had to know that all of Zhao Feng's resources were accumulated in the divine illusion dimension and the imperial tombs. The most valuable part came from the Black Wind Canyon, forbidden ground. Even the total resources of a normal sacred king wouldn't be as much as Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng couldn't imagine the value of this soul eye refining technique if it cost 30% of his resources. However, if he could use the eye of death perfectly, it would be worth it. Customer, the soul eye refining technique you chose just happens to be the best technique out of all of them. The scholarly elder revealed a bright smile and praised Zhao Feng for his good taste. In the end, Zhao Feng paid for the soul eye refining technique. The scholarly elder took out a book of light from a bookshelf and gave it to Zhao Feng. As he was about to leave, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered the incomplete 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Zhao Feng obviously wouldn't waste any time since he could buy the complete 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Furthermore, the 10,000 divine thoughts technique should be a low-tier heaven-grade technique, so its price wouldn't be too high. Do you have the 10,000 divine thoughts technique here? Zhao Feng asked. Coincidentally, I have the 10,000 divine thoughts technique here. The elder smiled confidently. He took out a book of light from the bookshelf behind him and told Zhao Feng the price. This price is a bit too expensive. Zhao Feng said. The price of the complete 10,000 divine thoughts technique was far more than what the little thieving cat had spent on strengthening the dark, golden dragon snake whip. Zhao Feng couldn't understand this. Little friend, since you know this technique, you obviously know its value. This is a mid-tier heaven-grade technique, so the price is very fair. The elder explained to Zhao Feng for a while and acted like he was offering the lowest price. Middle-tier heaven-grade? Zhao Feng paused for a moment. He didn't expect the complete 10,000 divine thoughts technique to be at the mid-tier heaven-grade. Zhao Feng then remembered that Duanmu Qing wasn't sure what rank the 10,000 divine thoughts technique was and only said that it might be at the heaven grade. If it really was at that rank, then the price wasn't high. At the same time, Zhao Feng also remembered that the Heaven's legacy city of the 18 Corners Pirate Emperor Sacred Land was in urgent need of primal crystal stones. Thus, the prices of all goods and services were discounted and relatively low. The Heaven's Legacy City in the Imperial Tombs didn't lack resources at all. Every 500 years, princes and many experts would come here, and they would use up almost all the resources they had. This caused the prices of the items here to slowly rise. In other words, the prices in this Heaven's Legacy City were even higher than the Heaven's Legacy City in the 18 Corners pirate sacred land. Okay, I'll take it. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth and said. Zhao Feng then took out a large amount of resources and bought the complete 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique. Also, little friend, I have the next part of the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique. Do you want to take a look? Seeing Zhao Feng being so generous, the elder smiled faintly and continued to promote the technique to Zhao Feng. It wasn't easy for an employer to come, and the first thing he wanted was a top-tier technique. He obviously wouldn't let Zhao Feng go so easily. What? The next part of the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique? Zhao Feng was a bit surprised. He hadn't heard his master mention this before. However, the Duanmu family had probably obtained the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique by accident, and the Duanmu family didn't even know if there was a next part. Yes, this is a soul-cultivating technique created by the expert who wrote the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique. The elder introduced it to Zhao Feng. A soul-cultivating technique. Zhao Feng was a bit surprised, and he fell into deep thought. It wouldn't take long for Zhao Feng to cultivate the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique to the level of creating 10,000 thoughts with one thought, so he really had to consider other soul-cultivating techniques. Moreover, the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique was indeed the best soul-cultivating technique he had seen so far. Since it was the next part of the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique, its level should be higher, but Zhao Feng didn't dare to imagine its price. Moreover, Zhao Feng had always wanted to find other uses for the Thunder Soul Body, and soul-cultivating techniques should be the most direct way. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be tempted. Can you tell me what's inside? Zhao Feng suddenly felt that even though he had so many resources in this place, it wasn't enough. This technique is called the soul-splitting technique, and it's a soul-cultivating technique. There's also a soul-cultivating technique, but I can't tell you anything else. The elder didn't reveal too much information. He looked at Zhao Feng and smiled mysteriously. At the same time, the scholarly elder told Zhao Feng the price of the soul-splitting technique. It seems very cheap. Zhao Feng was confused. Since the expert who wrote the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique wrote a soul-cultivating technique, it wouldn't be too bad. However, the price seemed to be lower than the complete 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique. At this moment, the little thieving cat threw the ancient coin in its hand. Meow meow. The little thieving cat was very supportive of Zhao Feng buying the soul-splitting technique. Okay, I'll buy the soul-splitting technique too. Chapter 976. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth and took out a large amount of resources to exchange for the soul-splitting technique. Then, the elegant old man handed an ancient book of light to Zhao Feng. Buzz! The contents of the book of light quickly entered Zhao Feng's mind. Zhao Feng's expression darkened as he glanced at it. I was tricked by this old man. The soul-splitting technique and the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique were indeed created by the same person. It turned out that the soul-splitting technique was also an incomplete soul cultivation technique, and it did contain some soul-secret techniques. However, what made Zhao Feng speechless was that the soul-splitting technique only had the first level. Although it was an incomplete soul cultivation technique, it was still too incomplete, wasn't it? Zhao Feng was tricked, but the old man didn't lie to Zhao Feng when he sold the technique. It could only be said that Zhao Feng had underestimated this mechanical puppet. At this moment, all the contents of the soul-splitting technique were imprinted in Zhao Feng's mind, so it was impossible for him to get a refund. Zhao Feng finally understood why the soul-splitting technique was cheaper than the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique. Zhao Feng was slightly angry, and he looked at the elegant old man in front of him. As expected, all the businesses in the world were black-hearted, and even mechanical puppets were no exception. Seeing Xiao Feng's expression, the elegant old man smiled apologetically and said, "Sir, although the soul-splitting technique is incomplete, it will be at least a top-tier heaven-grade technique if it's completed. Therefore, although the soul-splitting technique only has one level, it's indeed the cheapest price." Xiao Feng didn't fully believe the old man's words. The soul-splitting technique only had the first level, and even with Xiao Feng's God Eye's calculation abilities, it was very hard for him to complete it. However, Xiao Feng's eyes spun, and he said, "Can the Divine Techniques Palace complete the soul-splitting technique?" If the soul-splitting technique was really at the peak of the heaven grade like the elegant old man said, and the price was reasonable, Xiao Feng was willing to buy it. After all, he had already bought the first level of the soul-splitting technique. The contents of the soul-splitting technique are unique and lack examples, but the Divine Techniques Palace can complete it. However, the practicality and safety can't be guaranteed, and the price might be much higher than the soul eye refining technique. The elegant old man thought for a while and said with a smile. By the time the elder finished speaking, Xiao Feng had already left with the little thieving cat. Since the soul-splitting technique wasn't safe enough and the price was even higher than the soul eye refining technique, Xiao Feng couldn't accept it. However, Xiao Feng couldn't accept a soul technique that didn't even guarantee its safety and cost more than the soul eye refining technique. One had to know that the soul eye refining technique had cost almost 30% of Xiao Feng's resources. If he used another 30% to buy a soul cultivation technique that he didn't even know could be cultivated, Xiao Feng would be crazy. After leaving the Divine Techniques Palace, Xiao Feng even glanced at the little thieving cat. Meow meow. The little thieving cat revealed an innocent expression, indicating that it didn't know anything. It was just divining the good side, so it supported Xiao Feng in buying the soul-splitting technique. After leaving the Divine Techniques Palace, Xiao Feng went straight to the 10,000 Blood Palace. The 10,000 Blood Palace was even better than the Divine Techniques Palace. No one could resist the temptation of the 10,000 Blood Palace's bloodline. "May I ask if you want to implant or strengthen your bloodline?" An elegant female made of blood-colored light smiled as she looked at Xiao Feng and the little thieving cat. "I want to strengthen my bloodline to the level of the 10,000 ancient races." Xiao Feng had been here once before, so he was familiar with the functions here. "Okay, to strengthen your bloodline, you first need to check your bloodline." The elegant female smiled and said. Xiao Feng then sat in front of a weird, multi-armed machine. A sharp needle extended out of the machine and stabbed into Xiao Feng's body. Found eye bloodline. Unknown. Unable to strengthen. A sound came from the multi-armed machine. Found the ancient ice water bloodline, fire bloodline, blood bloodline, and ancient race bloodline. The ancient ice water bloodline is the weakest, so choose the fire or blood bloodline to strengthen. Can be strengthened to the lightning flame ancient dragon race, god flame race, ancient blood race, and other 10,000 ancient races bloodlines. Due to your strong bloodline foundation and the fact that you have the ancient race bloodline, the cost is only half of the original price. The elegant woman in the scarlet light revealed a strange expression as she finished the report. Half? Xiao Feng was surprised. He remembered that in the Heaven's legacy city of the 18 Corners pirate sacred land, Xiao Feng's cost to strengthen the mystic ice-scaled races 10,000 ancient races bloodline was 1/10 of the original price. This meant that Xiao Feng had to pay at least 5 times the original price to strengthen his bloodline here. Xiao Feng then thought about it. Almost all of the bloodlines that the elegant female mentioned were within the top 100, and they were all far stronger than the mystic ice-scaled race bloodline. The lightning flame, ancient dragon race, and god flame race were even in the top 50. Xiao Feng thought for a while and understood. His perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline was one of the top bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races. This was why the 10,000 ancient races bloodlines that could be strengthened were ranked so high. However, the cost of such a high-ranking bloodline wasn't just a little bit higher. How much does it cost to strengthen to the Lightning Flame ancient dragon race bloodline? Zhao Feng hesitated for a while and asked. Before entering the Heaven's Legacy City, Zhao Feng felt that there was an ocean of resources and that he couldn't use them all. But after entering, he had to be very careful. The elegant female pointed in the air, and a screen of light appeared. There was detailed information about the Lightning Flame ancient dragon bloodline, and it also stated how far Zhao Feng had awakened to this bloodline. Finally, there was the price. In reality, with your foundation and unique fire elemental bloodline, you can even strengthen to the 9th ranked ancient Golden Crow race bloodline. However, the 10,000 Blood Palace doesn't have such a bloodline. If you have such a bloodline, we can strengthen it for you for free. The elegant female looked at the little thieving cat and continued. Golden Crow race. Zhao Feng's heart shook. His perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline could absorb the power of the ancient Golden Crow, but he didn't expect it to strengthen to the Golden Crow bloodline. However, how could Zhao Feng have the bloodline of the ancient Golden Crow? There seemed to be only one Golden Crow race left in the fan universe, and that was the immemorial Glory Sunday. That was a terrifying race that even heavenly divine realm experts didn't dare to get close to. This elegant female was joking with him, right? The Lightning Flame ancient dragon bloodline was the most suitable bloodline for Zhao Feng right now, but it was ranked 43rd among the 10,000 ancient races, and the cost of strengthening it was based on substandard god crystals. Zhao Feng calculated, and it seemed like it wouldn't be enough even if he spent all the resources in the misty spatial world. In the end, Zhao Feng didn't strengthen it. Firstly, Zhao Feng's 5 elemental wind, lightning technique, and golden Kuan sacred lightning body required an ocean's worth of resources. Secondly, Zhao Feng needed to manage his own force, and the resources he needed far surpassed what he needed to cultivate. Thirdly, Zhao Feng now had a large beast horde. Although he didn't think about all of them, he definitely had to raise the 5 poison distinct bees, sky-shaking golden apes, and some other rare beasts. Therefore, Zhao Feng couldn't spend all his resources just for himself. Do you have any 10,000 ancient races bloodlines that are suitable for the sky-shaking golden apes? Zhao Feng asked. Zhao Feng wasn't going to strengthen his own bloodline, but he could strengthen his spiritual pets. Among them, the sky-shaking golden apes had huge potential. The female then started to inspect the sky-shaking golden apes bloodline. There are 2 ways to strengthen the sky-shaking golden apes. One is for speed, and the other is for power. Their bloodlines can be strengthened to the elegant, blood-colored woman gave Zhao Feng a simple introduction. A screen of light then appeared in front of Zhao Feng. I'll strengthen it to the tyrannical force King Kong race bloodline. Zhao Feng looked through it and chose to strengthen the sky-shaking golden apes strength-type bloodline. The tyrannical force King Kong race bloodline could double the sky-shaking golden ape strength and increase their defense and body. It was ranked in the 400s of the 10,000 ancient races, and the price wasn't high. Furthermore, the sky-shaking golden apes were beasts left behind by the ancient era, so they had a certain amount of ancient era bloodlines within them. I'll need 7 days for 7 sky-shaking golden apes, the female said. Zhao Feng nodded. He left the sky-shaking golden apes in the 10,000 Blood Palace and prepared to leave. Zhao Feng. Shi Yulei was surprised when he stepped into the 10,000 Blood Palace. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to be so fast. The first thing he did after entering the Heaven's Legacy City was to find a place to strengthen and implant bloodlines. Zhao Feng, you don't need to come to the 10,000 Blood Palace with your perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline, right? Shi Yulei laughed. Zhao Feng's perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline was ranked in the top 10 of the Imperial Dao bloodlines. If he wanted to strengthen it to a higher level, the price would be unimaginable. Yes, I strengthened the bloodline of my spirit pet. Zhao Feng shook his head slightly. He actually wanted to strengthen the Thunderfire ancient dragon bloodline. What? You strengthen the bloodline of your spirit pet? Shi Yulei's mouth fell open. Shi Yulei had come prepared and borrowed a lot of resources from his family. Even so, the resources weren't enough for him to strengthen his bloodline once. On the other hand, Zhao Feng was strengthening the bloodline of his spirit pet. However, it was possible that he had only strengthened some ordinary bloodlines. Thinking up to there, Shi Yulei felt better. I'm going to look around somewhere else. Zhao Feng said goodbye to Shi Yulei. After leaving the 10,000 Blood Palace, Zhao Feng took out a map of the Heaven's Legacy City. Let's go to the Divine Herb Tower next. Most of the pills and herbs that Zhao Feng had obtained in the Imperial tombs weren't what he needed. Furthermore, the little thieving cat also wanted to go to the Divine Herb Tower. The Divine Herb Tower was extremely large, and it wasn't any smaller than the 10,000 Blood Palace. There was an abundance of medicinal herbs, and they were all stored in different environments, so they were well preserved. Apart from pills, there were also some liquids stored in half-transparent test tubes. Guest, do you want to buy herbs, medicines, or special medicines? An elegant female, glowing with green light, slowly walked over. I can even customize medicines. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised, but unfortunately he didn't need anything like that. At the end, Zhao Feng traded the large amount of resources he had for wind, lightning, and fire elemental resources that he needed. With Zhao Feng's left eye and the Blood Devil Sun bloodline, it was extremely easy for him to refine herbs. Therefore, there was no need to buy more expensive medicines and pills. These resources should be enough for me to cultivate to the mystic light realm. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. The little thieving cat was also here, and it traded for many resources it needed. The Divine Herb Tower was indeed a good place. Exchanging resources for resources didn't cost anything. This means that I still have a lot of resources left. I can consider strengthening the sky-locking bow. Chapter 977. After leaving the Divine Herb Tower, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat headed toward the forging building. Before long, Zhao Feng found that Zhou Sua had also entered the Divine Herb Tower. Zhao Feng also saw Old Ying's figure in a nearby bookstore. At this moment, everyone was searching for their own fortune. What can I do for you? The dark-skinned male looked at Zhao Feng. Look at this weapon of mine. A dark silver bow appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. There were mysterious carvings on the surface of the bow, and it gave off a silver glow that formed tadpole-like carvings. This weapon isn't damaged at all, and it has reached the peak in every aspect. It can give many special effects, but since you specialize in the soul, there aren't many special effects that can be given to it. Furthermore, normal soul-type abilities aren't very useful to you. The dark-skinned male started to inspect the sky-locking bow. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised, and he admired this automaton. While the dark-skinned male was analyzing the sky-locking bow, he was also analyzing what the user specialized in. Zhao Feng's cultivation technique had many elements. Even if he strengthened the sky-locking bow with wind, lightning, fire, and other special effects, the overall effect of the sky-locking bow wouldn't be much. Therefore, Zhao Feng did want to strengthen the sky-locking bow with some soul-type abilities. I suggest that you give this weapon a soul-tracking ability. It should be very suitable for you. The dark-skinned male inspected Zhao Feng's left eye and said, Soul tracking. Zhao Feng paused. He couldn't think of what kind of ability it was just from looking at the words. Simply put, after strengthening this ability, you can use this bow to kill enemies that you can sense with your soul. The dark-skinned blacksmith revealed a confident smile. Directly kill people that I can sense with my soul? There's such an ability? Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. The sky-locking bow had the ability to lock onto the soul. Even if the target was very far away and merged into space, it could still pierce through them. However, the prerequisite was that Zhao Feng had to first lock onto the target with the sky-locking bow. As for the soul detection that the dark-skinned blacksmith was talking about, as long as Zhao Feng left a mark on someone with his eye bloodline, he would be able to sense it. If Zhao Feng could sense this person's location, he would be able to shoot the target with the sky-locking bow. For example, if Sacred Lord Black Demon had the mark left behind by Zhao Feng's god eye, he would be able to hit Sacred Lord Black Demon if he pulled the sky-locking bow. Furthermore, this method of locking onto the target was even simpler, and it could even be done without anyone noticing. That's right, this bow's lock-on ability is very special, so it can be upgraded to soul tracking. The dark-skinned blacksmith nodded and explained again. It was important to emphasize that not all weapons could be equipped with this ability. The Skylock bow had its own powerful lock-on ability. Soul tracking was just an upgrade of the Skylock bow's ability to lock onto targets. Of course, this kind of ability enhancement required a very high reward. All right, I choose to strengthen it. Zhao Feng decisively paid some remuneration and materials. Zhao Feng was very interested in the ability that the dark-skinned man mentioned. Guest, you can come in 2 days to get it. The dark-skinned man placed the sky-locking bow into a large black furnace and said, I also want to craft a few arrows that are suitable for this bow. Zhao Feng thought for a moment before continuing. He didn't need the fortune in the Heaven's legacy city anymore. If he could craft a few arrows, they would be extremely powerful. With the sky-locking bow's ability, they would become one of Zhao Feng's trump cards. Although Zhao Feng still had the god-slaying arrow, even if Zhao Feng broke through to the mystic light realm, he might not be able to unleash the full power of the god-slaying arrow. Last time, when he killed the 9 Darkness Demonic Lord, Zhao Feng wasn't able to unleash the full power of the god-slaying arrow. The terrifying amount of energy it expended almost made Zhao Feng lose the ability to move. Most importantly, Zhao Feng only had 1 god-slaying arrow left. Guest, what kind of arrow do you need? You can make a simple request, and I can customize it perfectly. If you have the blueprints of a divine weapon or the arrow you want to craft, the price can be slightly cheaper. The dark-skinned man said passionately, crafting or duplicating divine weapons based on the blueprints obviously saved a lot of time and effort, so the price was slightly lower. Zhao Feng's expression became grim. He obviously didn't have any blueprints, but arrows. Look at this. A scarlet golden arrow suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's palm. The moment the god-slaying arrow appeared, an invisible golden divine radiance penetrated the entire space. The metal weapons in the building of smithing rumbled and trembled. However, this powerful metallic light only appeared within the forging building, and the outside world didn't sense it at all. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be stunned. It looked like this forging building wasn't simple. It could even block the power of a substandard god weapon. This is a god-slaying arrow. The dark-skinned blacksmith's eyes glowed red. He obviously knew about these famous substandard god weapons. I don't need to craft a god-slaying arrow. I just need to use it as a template to craft a few arrows with slightly lower power. Zhao Feng believed that the forging building in the Tianji city had the ability to craft substandard god weapons. However, Zhao Feng couldn't afford it. One had to know that substandard god weapons were weapons that only demigods could control, and their value was immeasurable. Furthermore, the time that Zhao Feng could stay in the Tianji city was limited, and forging a substandard god weapon would take a lot of time. All right, please hand the god-slaying arrow to me. We need to analyze the structure and crafting method of this weapon. It might take some time. The dark-skinned blacksmith looked at Zhao Feng with a hint of solemnity. All right. Zhao Feng didn't hesitate. If this was a forging ground in the outside world, Zhao Feng definitely wouldn't agree. He wouldn't even take out the god-slaying arrow. The dark-skinned blacksmith took the god-slaying arrow and led Zhao Feng to the 10th floor, where he placed the god-slaying arrow into an extremely complicated device. For hours later, the dark-skinned blacksmith took out the god-slaying arrow and returned it to Zhao Feng. He pointed in the air, and a screen instantly appeared. "Customer, please take a look. According to the structure and crafting method of the god-slaying arrow, there are a few types of arrows that can be made." Zhao Feng's gaze immediately scanned the screen. There were many arrows on it, ranging from normal emperor-level arrows to god-slaying arrows. There were a total of 26 types. As expected, even the god-slaying arrow can be made. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and continued to browse. These 26 types of arrows were all one-time use items. Adding on the flowchart of the god-slaying arrow that Zhao Feng provided, the price was relatively low. In the end, Zhao Feng chose 3 arrows. The amount of primal crystal stones and ores he paid far exceeded the inheritance of a late-stage mystic light realm. "All right, customer, you can take back the bow and arrows in 2 days." The dark-skinned blacksmith revealed a happy smile. After leaving the smithy, Zhao Feng returned to the metal city walls. There were more than a dozen metal buildings here, but no one had returned yet. Zhao Feng chose a metal building on the side and activated its defensive restrictions. The little thieving cat immediately entered the misty spatial world. It had obtained a lot in the Heaven's Legacy City. Let's take a look at the soul-splitting technique first. Zhao Feng still hoped to use this incomplete soul technique. Furthermore, the scholarly elder from the Divine Techniques Palace had a good evaluation of this technique. From what the scholarly elder said, the soul-splitting technique seemed to be different from normal soul techniques. Zhao Feng spent some time to read through the soul-splitting technique. This technique is interesting. Zhao Feng's attention was attracted by the introduction. The 10,000 divine thoughts technique split one's thoughts into 2. However, the soul-splitting technique was an attempt to split the soul. Zhao Feng had never seen such a thought in the demigod Forgotten Garden or the ancient god's mysterious palace. In terms of thinking, it was indeed a bright idea. However, there was only the first level of the soul-splitting technique, and only a small portion of the second level was written. There was also a note at the end. Those whose souls aren't strong enough through other people's experiments will find it difficult to cultivate the first level. Zhao Feng was speechless. The meaning behind these words was that no one had ever succeeded. Zhao Feng even thought that something had happened when the writer tried to cultivate the soul-splitting technique. Looks like I can only put the soul-splitting technique aside for now. Maybe I'll be able to complete this technique when I'm strong enough in the future. Zhao Feng had high hopes for this technique. After putting down the soul-splitting technique, Zhao Feng sank his consciousness into the soul-eye refining technique. The soul-eye refining technique was the technique with the highest success rate among the eye-stealing techniques. While understanding the soul-eye refining technique, Zhao Feng also circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and split off a wisp of his intent to use the power of God Tribulation lightning to eliminate the intent of death in the eye of death. Half a day passed. It seems pretty simple. I can do it right now. Zhao Feng completely understood the soul-eye refining technique. This secret technique used the soul of the possessor to slowly refine the eye of death and change the essence of the eye. The closer the possessor was to the eye of death, the easier it would be to refine it. When the essence of the eye of death was 50% compatible with the possessor's soul, the possessor would be able to take over the eye of death. The Emperor of Death was a quasi-sacred lord, and the cultivation of this eye of death was the same as Zhao Feng's. I can start refining it now. Zhao Feng's consciousness entered the dimension of his left eye. The eye of death floated above the mysterious golden ball. The intent of death within had been completely expelled by Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng used the secret technique of the soul-eye refining technique to turn the soul intent into a unique soul flame and slowly refined it. A day passed by quickly. Almost all the members of the ninth prince's team used up all their savings on the first day. Everyone was slightly regretful that they didn't break through more inheritances. Shinjizi, on the other hand, purchased an extremely profound formation from the Formation Talisman Tower and set it up outside the city walls. On the second day, Zhao Feng, who was within the metallic room, opened his eyes. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. In just 2 days, he found that the soul of the Eye of Death was 50% compatible with him. This meant that Zhao Feng could start the next step. Chapter 978. In just 2 days, the soul of the Eye of Death was already 50% compatible with Zhao Feng's soul. This speed of refinement far surpassed Zhao Feng's imagination. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's figure disappeared from the metal room and appeared in the misty spatial world. Wang, a spatial whirlpool appeared in front of Zhao Feng, and a pitch-black Eye of Death in the form of a soul appeared. Unfortunately, I don't specialize in the laws of death. Zhao Feng sighed. The Eye of Death was, without a doubt, a god-eye inheritance with extremely strong offensive capabilities. It was a fatal counter to living beings and souls. The same soul eye bloodline technique would be extremely powerful when used with the Eye of Death. However, the prerequisite was that the user's understanding of the laws of death had reached a certain level. Zhao Feng had fused with the god tribulation lightning symbols, so he had some understanding of the laws of destruction. Logically speaking, the Eye of Destruction, or the God Eye, was more suitable for Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng wasn't satisfied if he didn't use this Eye of Death. I should fuse it into my right eye. Zhao Feng thought about it. His left eye had the God's spiritual eye, and he didn't know what would happen if he fused with it. Zhao Feng would rather destroy the Eye of Death than let anything happen to the God's eye. After all, the God's spiritual eye had changed Zhao Feng's destiny and accompanied him as he grew. Then let's begin. Zhao Feng's expression changed. A powerful soul intent covered the Eye of Death and merged it into Zhao Feng's body, then moved it to where Zhao Feng's right eye was. Refine. A surge of powerful soul power surged out of Zhao Feng's soul, and it turned into a gray-purple flame according to the soul eye refining technique. This time he refined the Eye of Death and Zhao Feng's soul at the same time so that they would be similar. His goal was to fuse the Eye of Death into Zhao Feng's soul. Once he succeeded, he just needed to use the secret technique in the soul eye refining technique to harmonize the Eye of Death and Zhao Feng's soul. It wouldn't take long before the Eye of Death and Zhao Feng's soul completely merged. At that time, the Eye of Death would belong to Zhao Feng. Buzz! The Eye of Death was right next to Zhao Feng's right eye. A ball of grayish-purple soul flame burned in Zhao Feng's right eye. The burning of his soul made him feel as if he had fallen into a sea of hellfire. The piercing burning pain spread from his eyes to his entire body. Zhao Feng's entire body trembled. He was drenched in sweat, but he gritted his teeth and endured. Gradually, the right eye in Zhao Feng's soul began to cave in. At the same time, one could see that the color of the soul around the Eye of Death started to change slightly, and wisps of dark purple light started to appear. According to the soul eye refining technique, this sign would take at least 3 days to appear. However, Zhao Feng had only refined it for 4 hours, and the Eye of Death had already started to change. It seems very easy. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. It looked like he was fated with powerful eye bloodlines. This way, Zhao Feng would be able to reduce the pain of the burning of his soul. Zhao Feng sunk into the world of his soul and endured the pain. At the same time, he was looking forward to receiving some sort of reward. At this moment, the color of the soul around the Eye of Death was extremely similar to Zhao Feng's soul. Okay. Zhao Feng started to circulate his technique and guided his soul to slowly merge with the Eye of Death. Pum! However, Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly started to twitch. As if it had been stimulated, some of the dormant aura in the god's eye was awakened. Boom! The god's spiritual eye released a domineering ancient origin aura that looked down on the universe and the desolate, desolate world. This peerless aura circulated through Zhao Feng's soul. When this aura touched the Eye of Death, which was in the process of merging with it, Zhao Feng's entire soul started to tremble, and it released a desolate and ancient aura. This ancient aura filled Zhao Feng's soul and repelled all other auras. What's going on? The god's spiritual eye is repelling the Eye of Death? Zhao Feng's heart jumped, and sweat poured down his forehead. The god's spiritual eye had changed at this critical moment. The god's spiritual eye's actions gave Zhao Feng the feeling that it was forcefully taking over his territory. The god's spiritual eye was actually repelling foreign souls. The Eye of Death that was in the process of merging with the god's spiritual eye started to tremble when it felt this desolate and ancient aura. It even instinctively tried to break free from Zhao Feng's soul. No, maybe the god's spiritual eye thinks that the Eye of Death is too weak. Zhao Feng carefully felt it. When the Eye of Death sensed the existence of Zhao Feng's left eye, it started to tremble and wanted to break free from Zhao Feng's soul. It was as if it didn't dare to exist in the same soul as the god's spiritual eye. On the other hand, the Eye of Death's actions proved that Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye did indeed have the potential to become the ninth god's eye. Otherwise, why would the descendant of one of the 8 great god eyes submit to the god's spiritual eye? It should be fighting against it. Not good. Something's wrong with the Eye of Death. Zhao Feng was thinking. He did notice that the soul of the Eye of Death started to become chaotic, and an uneasy soul aura started to radiate from it. Absorb. Zhao Feng's left eye locked onto the Eye of Death and put it into the dimension of his left eye. After entering the dimension of his left eye, the Eye of Death was instantly suppressed. At the same time, the god's spiritual eye started to calm down, and the desolate aura started to disappear from Zhao Feng's soul. So close! Zhao Feng let out a long breath. In the end, 2 days of effort had been wasted, and the Eye of Death had almost been destroyed. One had to know that once the Eye of Death was destroyed, it would return to the Emperor of Death. I didn't think that something like this would happen. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. He didn't expect this to happen. This made Zhao Feng feel that what he spent in the Divine Techniques Palace was a waste. He only had the first level of the soul-splitting technique, so he wasn't even sure if he could cultivate it. On the other hand, the Eye of Death was rejected by the god's spiritual eye, so it couldn't merge into Zhao Feng's soul. This meant that the soul eye refining technique's value wasn't displayed. I can only put it aside for now. Zhao Feng couldn't think of a solution right now. On top of that, Zhao Feng didn't specialize in the laws of death, so the Eye of Death wasn't very useful to Zhao Feng. Therefore, Zhao Feng wasn't very frustrated. It was already the second day. Zhao Feng left the room of steel and walked toward the forging building. "Guest, here's your stuff." The dark-skinned, brawny man handed the sky-locking bow and 3 arrows to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng took the sky-locking bow and felt that there was something different about it. Zhao Feng's soul intent could merge into the sky-locking bow more easily. To a certain degree, Zhao Feng could use more of the sky-locking bow's power. As for the other 3 arrows, 1 was bright gold and 2 were dark gold. They each gave off a sharp aura, and the structure on them was similar to the god-slaying arrow. Guest will need to spend some time to refine this bow with your soul power. Only then will you be able to better use the soul-tracking ability. The dark-skinned blacksmith said with a smile. After leaving the forging shop, Zhao Feng returned to the room of steel and started cultivating. Luckily, the sky-locking bow and the forging of the arrows were very successful. Zhao Feng felt slightly better. Afterward, Zhao Feng circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and used his soul power to refine the sky-locking bow. At the same time, he prepared to break through to the Emperor realm. Zhao Feng's soul power was too much higher than his cultivation, so his progress was very slow. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's foundation was very solid. He took out some herbs with the elements of wind, lightning, and fire and started to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. One day later, a huge whirlpool of wind, lightning, formed above the room that Zhao Feng was in. Wang, boom, boom, the aura from the whirlpool became more and more violent. The water of wind lightning, wood of wind lightning, and fire of wind lightning started to change endlessly. Dense heaven-earth yuan qi and some ancient auras were sucked into the whirlpool. Zhao Feng held a rare treasure in his hand. Countless pure elemental powers of wind, lightning, and fire were guided by Zhao Feng into the boiling dimension of his true yuan. Zhao Feng is breaking through? Shi Yulei, who was in the room next door, was shocked by Zhao Feng's aura. The members of the Ninth Prince's team came out from the other rooms and sighed in their hearts. Such a profound wind lightning technique, and it seems to contain other elements as well. Jing Kai felt pressured. The quality and quantity of Zhao Feng's true yuan far surpasses normal emperors. It should be extremely easy for him to break through. Old Ying could feel how deep Zhao Feng's foundation was. Not good. This is the last day of the second segment. Attack the city and plunder the land. Old Ying suddenly realized something. Someone's coming. Su Qingling's eyes flashed, and she immediately said, "Go to the city walls." Old Ying had an ugly expression as he roared. Zhao Feng's breakthrough didn't come at the right time. The seventh prince's team and the teams of the other three princes all knew that Zhao Feng was the strongest pillar of the ninth prince's team, and he was a beast tamer. They could obviously feel the power of Zhao Feng's breakthrough. How could they let go of such a good chance? Although Zhao Feng's beast horde was still guarding the city walls, the battle power of the beast horde was reduced by almost 40%. Without a beast tamer to control them, the battle power of the beast horde would decrease by almost 40%. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's strongest spiritual pet, the sky-shaking golden ape, was still strengthening its bloodline in the 10,000 Blood Palace and couldn't participate in the battle. What should we do with Zhao Feng? A complicated look flashed through Su Qingling's eyes. Ignore him for now. Shinjizi, focus on controlling the array. Old Ying had a decisive expression as he looked outside the city walls. The beast horde that covered the sky was slowly approaching. There were almost 30 peerless experts behind the beast horde. Go, Master Zhang, control your beast horde. The fifth prince said in a hurry. Zhao Feng's breaking through right now, and it won't end in a short amount of time. We'll first finish off the other members and take over this heaven's legacy city, and we'll win. The 12th prince was overjoyed. This is the last day of the second stage. Hurry up. The second prince roared as light shot out of his eyes. The attackers were the teams of the three princes. The last day of a siege was usually the most intense day of the war. As long as the princes entered the metal houses and stamped their pseudo-crown prince seal, the heaven's legacy city would automatically close for a day. On the second day, the second stage would end and they would win. They wouldn't have to worry about other attackers. Chapter 979. Defend with all your might. Old Ying immediately gave out orders with an urgent look. The other members stood within Shinjizi's defensive array and started to defend. Luckily, the beast horde outside the city still listened to Zhao Feng's orders before he left and guarded this place. When the beasts from the three princes' team attacked, they obviously fought back. However, without a beast tamer to control them, their battle power dropped dramatically. Without a beast tamer to control them, these beasts charged out of the array. Old Ying, we can't control these beasts. Shi Yulei felt helpless when he saw this. Luckily, these beasts knew to stay within the defensive array after suffering a few times. We'll defend for as long as we can. Old Ying's eyes were grim, and his tone was decisive. From the looks of it, Zhao Feng really is breaking through. The second prince rubbed his chin not far away from the city wall. The signs of breaking through could be faked. This was also a trick to lure the enemy out. You guys go as well." After confirming that Zhao Feng was really breaking through in seclusion, the second prince immediately gave out the order. "Everyone attack!" The 12th prince had an excited expression. Whoosh! Whoosh! Close to 30 experts from the 3 princes' team flew into the air and attacked the 9th prince's metal city wall. "Brother Second, don't forget about the blood contract we signed." The 5th prince had a grim expression. Only one prince could stay in the Heavens Legacy City. There was only 1 day left in the second stage, and it was impossible for the 3 princes to take turns entering the Heavens Legacy City. Therefore, the 3 princes signed a blood contract. The blood contract was created by the Heavens Legacy race, and there are very few of them in the world. Normally, this scroll would only be used under special circumstances. The content of the contract was that the second prince had to help the other princes and their members complete the transactions they wanted in the Heavens Legacy City, and he wasn't allowed to take any resources for himself. Of course, the second prince had a calm expression. This was their last chance. All they had to do was enter the Heavens Legacy City. Also, guard against Brother Seventh. Once his group attacks, use your draconic providence to stall them. The second prince's expression remained unchanged as he transmitted his voice to the other 2 princes. 100 miles away from Tianji City, the 7th prince's team gathered in a small forest. "We don't have the ability to attack the city by ourselves. We can only wait for the 3 princes and the 9th prince to be severely injured before we make our move." The scholar slowly analyzed. Sacred Lord Dark Soul's soul and sacred body had both been heavily injured by Zhao Feng. The injuries on the divine body could be easily healed, but the injuries caused by the power of the Thunder Tribulation couldn't be healed. Grandmaster Zhang Yi's demonic beasts also suffered heavy losses. If Zhao Feng doesn't come out of seclusion, the 3 princes should be able to easily breach the city walls. What should we do then? Jiang Hao voiced his doubts. Although the members of the joint team of the 3 princes were weaker, there were too many of them. If the 7th prince were to compete with the 3 princes, the 3 princes would have a higher chance of winning. The other members of the group also looked at the scholar. They had the same doubts. "If it were you guys, would you choose to break through at this time?" The scholar said with a deep gaze. Everyone fell silent. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they wouldn't go into seclusion to break through at this time. It shouldn't take long for Zhao Feng to make a breakthrough. Sacred Lord Sharp Edge said. With Zhao Feng's powerful strength, one could see his foundation. Sacred Lord Sharp Edge even suspected that Zhao Feng was purposely suppressing his cultivation. In this situation, it wouldn't take long if he was experienced. Then we still have hope. Lu Tianqi immediately said, only when the 9th prince and the 3 princes fought at full power would they be able to injure each other. On the other side, the 9th prince had taken over a Heaven's Legacy City. The pressure on the 8th prince immediately decreased. He's finally breaking through to the martial monarch realm. As Yu Tianhao thought of this, the bloodline in his body trembled slightly, although he knew that Zhao Feng's strength was unfathomable at the Challenger realm. However, Yu Tianhao hoped to compete with Zhao Feng in the same realm. I think that Zhao Feng purposely chose this time to break through. He probably wants to see what he obtained in the Heaven's Legacy City. Sacred Lord 100 Refined gave a faint smile. He didn't believe that Zhao Feng would be so stupid as to choose this time to break through. Within the metallic building under the whirlpool of wind lightning, although Zhao Feng was in the middle of his breakthrough, he still split off a part of his mind to observe the battle outside the city walls. The rest of his mind was still refining the sky-locking bow. The refinement is complete. Zhao Feng's heart moved slightly. At this moment, the sky-locking bow and Zhao Feng's soul intent formed a secret connection. At the same time, the whirlpool of wind lightning above Zhao Feng's building quickly disappeared. Zhao Feng's foundation was extremely strong, and with the addition of all kinds of rare herbs, it was extremely easy for him to break through to the martial monarch realm. The three-colored wind, lightning true yuan in Zhao Feng's true yuan dimension became even purer. The three-colored true yuan quickly transformed in the true yuan dimension and formed a whirlpool. It didn't take long for Zhao Feng to stabilize his aura. After breaking through to the martial monarch realm, Zhao Feng's strength didn't increase significantly. However, the quality and quantity of his true yuan had increased. The quality of Zhao Feng's true yuan was originally comparable to a quasi-sacred lord. Now that the true yuan formed in Zhao Feng's true yuan dimension surpassed quasi-sacred lords, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the strongest true yuan. This was because true yuan above the sacred lord level would turn into mystic light, sacred power. Meow meow. At this moment, the little thieving cat appeared in front of Zhao Feng and handed the misty spatial world to Zhao Feng. Whoosh! After putting on the misty spatial world, Zhao Feng turned into a streak of light and charged out. On the metallic city walls, countless beasts, almost 30 peerless emperors and quasi-sacred lords charged over. The defensive array that Shinjizi controlled couldn't take it anymore and shattered with a crack. Amongst the 9th Prince's subordinates, Su Qingling was already injured and was being healed by Zhou Suer. Shi Yulei held the giant, dark yellow shield and blocked in front of him, but it wasn't very useful. There were too many people on the other side, and they were all attacking together. A large number of Zhao Feng's beasts were also injured or killed by the 3 beast tamers. The 9th Prince raised the dim pseudo-crown prince seal and was about to release his draconic providence. I'm late. Zhao Feng's voice sounded in everyone's souls. The 9th Prince instantly put away the pseudo-crown prince seal, and everyone let out a breath. They had been waiting for Zhao Feng to come out of seclusion. Zhao Feng, quick, control the beast horde. Olding had a joyful expression as he quickly said, Zhao Feng breaking through to the martial monarch realm so quickly surpassed his expectations. But he didn't care that much right now. However, he couldn't care so much right now. As long as Zhao Feng regained control of the beast horde, with his powerful strength, it was still possible to defend the Heaven's legacy city. Zhao Feng, it's useless even if you break through now. We're all here. Shui Yuan roared with laughter. Almost all the members of the 3 princes had reached the city walls, and the 9th Prince's team had expended a lot of energy. Some of them were even injured. Could Zhao Feng fight against almost 30 emperors and quasi-sacred lords by himself? Then I'll let you down. Zhao Feng harumphed coldly with a cold expression. Zhao Feng waved his left hand, and the cloud silkworm, Saint Butterfly, appeared. The terrifying 10,000 ancient races bloodline made the hearts of all the emperors shake. Their bloodlines were suppressed, and they found it hard to breathe. Before anyone could react, the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly opened its mouth and spat out 5-colored silk that instantly covered everything within a few hundred yards. Funny, how can the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly's silk trap so many of us? An emperor couldn't help but laugh at Zhao Feng's stupid actions. Almost 30 members charged toward Zhao Feng and the other members of the 9th Prince's team. But the cloud silkworm Saint Silk's ability to capture people was too scattered. It couldn't even trap one person. Some of the experts that were caught by the cloud silkworm Saint Silk released their true yuan and pushed it away. However, the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly then flapped its transparent wings, and a wave of half-transparent pollen formed a beautiful whirlwind that instantly swept across everything within a few hundred yards. Zhao Feng originally just wanted to use the cloud silkworm Saint Silk to attract the enemy's attention. That way, the dream pollen would be useful. After all, everyone knew that Zhao Feng had the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly, and the enemy would definitely be on their guard. Zhao Feng had already messaged the other members of the 9th Prince's team before this, and they were able to escape the range of the dream pollen. Not good, retreat. It's the dream pollen. The dream pollen could pass through the physical dimension and was even effective against sacred lords. It was much stronger than the cloud silkworm Saint Silk. Facing the dream pollen, the 30 or so members panicked and could only dodge. Luckily, not many of them had lost the ability to fight because of the dream pollen. Zhao Feng used this chance to circulate the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and merge almost 1,000 thoughts into the group of beasts. Zhao Feng's beast horde instantly started to turn the tide. Under Zhao Feng's precise control, he was able to quickly push back the beasts, and he was even able to split off a portion of them to block the emperors on the city walls. The pressure on the other members of the 9th Prince's team decreased. Every time Zhao Feng attacked, he was preparing for the next attack. In just a few breaths, he was able to control the situation and turn the tide. All of you want to come out and cause some damage as well, right? Zhao Feng murmured as he waved his left hand again. Boom, 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 boom. 3 giant golden figures descended on the city walls like metal mountains. The terrifying aura of beasts caused the hearts of some of the members that were slightly closer to shake, and they immediately retreated. Boom! Following this, the golden fur of the 3 sky-shattering golden apes stood on end like steel needles, emitting a brilliant glow. A primordial aura of ancient beasts burst out from their bodies. Some of the nearby emperors were caught off guard and spat out a mouthful of blood from this terrifying bloodline aura. Some of the emperors further away started to panic, and the bloodlines within their bodies started to tremble uneasily. Beasts from ancient times that have the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. How is this possible? Zhao Feng strengthened his spiritual pets with such a precious bloodline. The hearts of the emperors and quasi-sacred lords attacking the city shook. One had to know that this place was an ancient dimension, and the beasts here all contained a certain amount of ancient bloodlines. Once they had an ancient bloodline, their power would be close to the original bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races. Zhao Feng was extremely satisfied as he looked at the 3 sky-shaking golden apes. When Zhao Feng broke through, he told the little thieving cat to take the misty spatial world to the 10,000 blood palace to take back the strengthened sky-shaking golden apes. Time was limited, so only 3 sky-shaking golden apes were strengthened. Chapter 980. The other members of the 9th Prince's team were also stunned. They all felt that they didn't have enough resources after entering the Heaven's legacy city, and many things were out of their reach. However, Zhao Feng had strengthened such a precious bloodline for his spiritual pet. Zhao Feng strengthened the ancient bloodline of the sky-shaking golden apes? Sure Yulei had a dazed expression. He had met Zhao Feng when he entered the 10,000 blood palace. At that time, he thought that Zhao Feng was only strengthening the bloodline of his spiritual pet. Now that he sensed the changes in the sky-shaking golden apes, he realized that this was the bloodline of the Herculean force race, which was ranked 421st among the 10,000 ancient races. The enemy members even wanted to capture these 3 sky-shaking golden apes alive. The 3 beast tamers behind them looked at the sky-shaking golden apes with fiery gazes. Go! Zhao Feng split off 3 wisps of intent and merged them into the bodies of the sky-shaking golden apes. The sky-shaking golden apes were huge and specialized in defense. They were more suited for group battles. Roar! Roar! The 3 sky-shaking golden apes instantly roared and waved their scarlet golden fists. Limitless power formed a storm that swept through everything. Many emperors and quasi-sacred lords that wanted to charge forward could only retreat. Boom! Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body, and the scarlet wings of lightning behind him flapped as he charged into the battlefield. The members of the 9th Prince's team that could still fight followed Zhao Feng and entered the battlefield once more. Scarlet lightning storm. Zhao Feng charged into the center of the battlefield, and the scarlet wings of lightning behind his back fluttered. Limitless wind, lightning, true yuan surged out and formed a scarlet lightning storm. A ball of blood-colored light shot out from the center of the scarlet lightning storm like a violent, blood-colored sun. The blood devil sun bloodline and the fire of wind lightning were two extremely explosive powers that had similar elements. When they merged together, the power of scarlet lightning and blood-colored fire merged into the storm. Boom! 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 The scarlet storm was instantly dyed with a layer of blood-colored sun, and its power increased by several times. It covered all the enemies within it. The quality and quantity of Zhao Feng's quintessential essence could not be compared to before. This sort of large-scale attack wasn't very profound, but it fully displayed the might of Zhao Feng's strongest true essence. What a terrifying Zhen Yuan! The explosive power is so strong. This storm has the characteristics of the blood devil sun bloodline. This is definitely not the true yuan that a new great emperor should have. The enemy emperors and quasi-sacred lords circulated their true yuan and resisted the power within the scarlet lightning storm. One had to know that a large area of effect attack was bound to waste a lot of true essence. At this moment, Zhao Feng's move enveloped all of them at the same time. Quick! Let's work together to finish off Zhao Feng first. He is a beast tamer. If we get rid of him, the fighting strength of these three sky-shaking golden apes will drop. He actually took the initiative to attack. Everyone, let's attack together. Shui Yuan, the goateed elder, and the others were very familiar with Zhao Feng's strength. However, at this moment, more than half of the 30 or so members were emperors and quasi-sacred lords, and they charged at Zhao Feng. Of course, most of them were emperors, and there were very few quasi-sacred lords among the lower-ranked princes. Not good. They're going to surround and attack Zhao Feng. Shi Yulei's expression changed slightly. He felt that Zhao Feng's actions were too rash. Go and help Zhao Feng. Su Qingling waved her hand, and a soul talisman seal appeared. This soul talisman seal then turned into several arrows that shot toward the chaotic enemies. Zhou Su had an anxious expression, but there was nothing she could do. She could only stay at the back and heal the injured beasts. They didn't understand why Zhao Feng would charge into the center of the battlefield. As long as he could control the beasts and focus on defense, he would be able to turn the tide. Although Zhao Feng's strength could fight against sacred lords, there were too many enemies. However, there were too many enemies, and they were all peerless elites among emperors and quasi-sacred lords. Even sacred lords could only retreat. This is just Zhao Feng's plan. Jing Kai, who was enslaved by Zhao Feng, didn't move at all. He looked at Zhao Feng with respect. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. A primordial, primitive, thunderstorm power spread out from his back and merged into the void. Everything within a radius of 100 yards instantly became a dark dimension, and Zhao Feng was able to control the laws of this ancient dimension. It was difficult for Zhao Feng's little world to trap so many people at the same time, so he tried his best to shrink the size of his little world and increase its power. Therefore, he had to be the bait as well. The dozen or so emperors and quasi-sacred lords that were charging toward Zhao Feng instantly fell into Zhao Feng's little world of wind lightning. The invisible laws within the dimension strengthened once more, and the terrifying pressure of wind lightning descended. The dozen or so enemies instantly fell into the power of little world, and the closer they were to Zhao Feng, the more pressure they felt. This is a little world? Didn't he just become an emperor? How is this possible? His small world can actually completely fuse with this primordial space left behind. Zhao Feng can control a few wisps of the laws of this ancient dimension. The hearts of the enemy experts that were trapped by Zhao Feng's little world couldn't be any more stunned. At this moment, they felt as if they had fallen into a swamp, and they were being suppressed even more by the ancient dimension. The ancient dimension already greatly suppressed the strength of outsiders. Now that Zhao Feng had control over a few wisps of the laws of the ancient dimension, the suppression became even stronger. Many quasi-sacred lords unleashed their little worlds and prepared to break through the power of Zhao Feng's little world. However, they could only use their little worlds to protect themselves. They couldn't merge into the dimension, and they couldn't affect Zhao Feng's little world. At the same time, countless storms of lightning descended from the little world of wind lightning, and they had to use a portion of their energy to block them. Quick! Let's break through Zhao Feng's little world. The elder with the goatee immediately roared. Zhao Feng's little world was extremely powerful in the ancient dimension. More than a dozen emperors and quasi-sacred lords instantly prepared to unleash all kinds of attacks. However, Zhao Feng suddenly unleashed several scarlet lightning fists. The power of Zhao Feng's attacks multiplied in his little world. However, the scarlet lightning fists that Zhao Feng unleashed were mainly illusions, and they contained Zhao Feng's soul Dao domain as they charged toward the enemies trapped within the little world. At the same time, the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly flapped its wings once more, and a half-transparent, multicolored pollen formed a whirlwind that instantly swept across a radius of several hundred yards. The dream pollen and Zhao Feng's illusion Dao domain were used on the enemies at the same time, and the power of the little world suppressed them. The goatee, Shui Yuan, and company instantly felt like they were in an illusory world of wind and lightning. Their minds were exhausted, and they couldn't do anything. Because of this, their attacks were spread out and didn't focus on a single point. They weren't able to do any actual damage to Zhao Feng's little world. Hand over your dragon jades, or else I won't be polite anymore. Zhao Feng released his soul intent, and the sound of explosions resounded throughout the little world of wind lightning. Everyone felt as if their bodies and souls were instantly bombarded by lightning. Their bodies became numb, and their souls felt a numbing pain. What powerful soul intent! We can't get out. How is this possible? Shui Yuan, the elder with the goatee, and company had expressions of fear and panic. More than a dozen emperors and quasi-sacred lords were completely trapped by the power of Zhao Feng's little world. Soul Dao illusions, dream pollen, and soul intent. The enemies fighting against the sky, shaking golden apes, and the ninth prince's team at the edge of Zhao Feng's little world were stunned. Zhao Feng had managed to single-handedly suppress half of their combined team. Even a sacred lord wouldn't be able to do this. Didn't Zhao Feng just become an emperor? He formed a little world. Shi Yulei was dazed as he looked at Zhao Feng, who was like the ruler of heaven and earth within the little world of wind lightning. Furthermore, the little world that Zhao Feng displayed right now wasn't simple. He managed to suppress more than a dozen emperors and quasi-sacred lords. Su Qingling had an expression of disbelief as she stood at the back. On top of that, Zhao Feng still had the energy to extort money from his enemies. Great! Olding couldn't help but exclaim. Ever since Zhao Feng broke through, Olding had been wondering if Zhao Feng had his own plan. From the looks of it now, Zhao Feng probably wanted to obtain some draconic providence for the ninth prince before the second stage ended. Within the little world of wind lightning, the emperors and quasi-sacred lords, whose battle power was being suppressed, had enraged expressions. They didn't purposely gather draconic providence. Now that the second stage of the Crown Prince trial was about to end, the dragon jades were almost useless to them. Even if they could enter the heavens' legacy city, the princes behind them didn't have any intention of fighting for the position of Crown Prince. However, there were so many of them, and they were being extorted by Zhao Feng alone. Countless experts and forces in the outside world were watching. If they all submitted to Zhao Feng and handed over their dragon jades, how would they be able to survive in the great gone Lord dynasty in the future? Zhao Feng, we won't hand over our dragon jades. If you have the ability, then kill us all. The experts that were trapped by Zhao Feng refused to hand over their dragon jades. All of them came from different factions, and Zhao Feng didn't dare to offend the powerful factions of Tensum, lord dynasties at the same time. Where's my dragon jade? My dragon jade is gone as well. The dragon jade in my interspatial dimension is gone as well. Some precious resources are gone as well. At that instant, the experts in the wind, thunder, small world cried out in astonishment. Meow meow. A silver light flashed next to Zhao Feng, and the little thieving cat handed a bunch of dragon jades to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was slightly speechless. He only told the little thieving cat to steal as many dragon jades as possible, but he didn't expect the little thieving cat to take away some precious treasures when it entered their interspatial dimension. Meow meow. The little thieving cat gestured at Zhao Feng, as if saying that these were its spoils of war. Zhao Feng smiled helplessly. In reality, when he released the illusion Dao domain and released the dream pollen, Zhao Feng had already told the little thieving cat to take action. At that moment, the enemy's senses would be at their weakest. In order to let the little thieving cat succeed, Zhao Feng released his soul intent and attacked everyone's souls. It looked like that was completely unnecessary. At this moment, the three princes watching from the back had grim expressions. Just like that, the favorable situation was instantly reversed. Let's go as well. The second prince's deep voice sounded. If the three of them didn't make a move, they would definitely lose this war. Okay, we'll stop the members of the ninth prince's team. Brothers second, quickly enter the city walls and stamp your pseudo-crown prince seal. The fifth prince instantly took out his bright pseudo-crown prince seal. The three princes, finally, couldn't hold back anymore. They held their pseudo-crown prince seals in their hands and flew toward the city walls. Chapter 981. Not good. The three princes are here. Sher Yulei looked into the distance with a solemn expression. Zhao Feng! Old Ing quickly called out. The strongest person in the ninth prince's team was Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng was able to suppress more than a dozen emperors and quasi-sacred lords by himself. Zhao Feng should have the strength to finish them off. This meant that the ninth prince's team would have the ability to fight against the three princes. The ninth prince's team would have the ability to fight against them. Wang, the ninth prince, took a step forward, and the pseudo-crown prince seal in his hand flashed. The three princes were all in the emperor realm. Only the second prince's strength was close to the ninth prince's. However, if the princes used draconic providence, it would be a completely different story. The three princes would be able to increase their battle power to the quasi-sacred lord level, or even higher. Luckily, the three princes didn't collect a lot of draconic providence. Within Zhao Feng's little world of wind lightning, Zhao Feng, you're so despicable. You actually used such a method to steal. Zhao Feng, it's useless even if you trap us. You're definitely going to lose. The three princes can use their draconic providence to increase their battle power to the level of a sacred lord for a short amount of time. The dozen or so people trapped by Zhao Feng were overjoyed when they saw the three princes enter the battlefield. They had even lost their dragon jades when they were trapped by Zhao Feng. They had to take revenge for this. Hee, since you guys still don't want to leave after getting your dragon jades, then I won't be polite anymore. Zhao Feng suddenly laughed coldly. A bright red glass-like flame surrounded Zhao Feng's body. Zhao Feng's entire body seemed to be bathed in flames. His entire body was bright red, and with the addition of his sacred lightning body, he seemed like a flaming demonic sovereign. This is Blood Devil Sun Bloodline. The news was indeed correct. Zhao Feng has the Blood Devil Sun Bloodline of the Tai family. Let's go together and restrain Zhao Feng until the three princes arrive. The experts trapped in Zhao Feng's small world were shocked. However, taking over Tianji City was the most important thing right now. The effects of the soul path illusion technique and the dream pollen had already been dispelled by them. The reason why they decided to stay in Zhao Feng's small world was because they saw the three princes participating in the battle. Instantly, all the cultivators prepared to team up. As long as they could restrain Zhao Feng, the three princes would be able to crush them and take over the Tianji city. Rumble. Under the powerful explosion of the Blood Devil Sun bloodline, Zhao Feng's figure disappeared without a trace after an explosion. Be careful. One of the quasi-sacred lords could sense where Zhao Feng was and immediately called out. In the next moment, in the thunderous explosion of the Thunder Flame, a Void God Realm Emperor was crushed by Zhao Feng with one punch. Hiss! The enemy members were dead silent as they watched Zhao Feng kill a Peak Emperor so casually. Everyone expected that Zhao Feng's strength had reached the level of a Sacred Lord. However, even some Sacred Lords that didn't specialize in speed wouldn't be able to match his terrifying speed. Quickly stop and trap him! Shui Yuan's body shook as he roared. The others recovered from their shock and circulated their true Yuan to surround Zhao Feng. They couldn't let Zhao Feng use his speed to slowly reduce the number of people on their side. Rumble. With another explosion, Zhao Feng turned into a bolt of lightning and left a trail of blood-colored flames behind as he charged toward the side with fewer people. Boom! An emperor circulated his true Yuan to protect his body when he saw Zhao Feng's attack, but his body was still shattered by Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body and exploded. In the little world of wind lightning, Zhao Feng's wind lightning true Yuan was strengthened, and his speed and power were unleashed to the maximum. If these dozen or so people had broken through Zhao Feng's little world first, they might have been able to stall for a while with Zhao Feng. However, at this moment, the battle was under Zhao Feng's control. They didn't even have the chance to break through Zhao Feng's little world. Arg. Another emperor was easily crushed by Zhao Feng even though he was defending with all his might. Both friend and foe's hearts shook. Good, as long as Zhao Feng can finish off these dozen, or so people, we still have hope. Old Ying's eyes were deep and his voice was calm. On the other side, the enemies fighting against the sky-shaking golden apes and the Ninth Prince's team started to tremble. Killing emperors so easily was as easy as killing chickens. They could only place their hopes on the three princes. Zhao Feng, stop! The three princes were about to arrive, and when they saw this scene, they immediately shouted. These idiots! The fifth prince cursed. The group that had fallen into Zhao Feng's little world thought that Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to do anything to them, but now they were being slaughtered by Zhao Feng. If they had tried to destroy Zhao Feng's little world from the start, everything would have been fine. Let's attack and destroy Zhao Feng's little world first. The second prince had an ugly expression as he spoke. They couldn't let Zhao Feng lose more members. Who? The three princes nodded their heads and raised the swords in their hands. They circulated their true Yuan, and a layer of draconic light appeared. Not good. The three princes are trying to destroy Zhao Feng's little world. Old Ying's expression changed slightly, but he was also fighting a quasi-sacred lord and couldn't do anything else. It'll be bad if Zhao Feng's little world is destroyed. Shi Yulei had a heavy heart. At this moment, he was blocking the attacks for the other members of his team. There were too few members on the Ninth Prince's side that could fight. If it weren't for the fact that the three sky-shaking golden apes were stalling some of the enemies, they would have lost already. Humph! Zhao Feng looked at the three princes and waved his left hand. 8 colorful poisonous wasps were only the size of a fist, but they carried a terrifying aura as they flew towards the three princes who were preparing to attack. Not good. It's the 5 poison distinct bees. Retreat! The second prince immediately exclaimed. The 3 princes immediately gave up on attacking and quickly retreated. Everyone knew a little about the origins of the 5 poison distinct bees. Boom! 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 The 8 peak-tier king 5 poison distinct bees self-destructed as the 3 princes retreated. Although it was only at the edge of the explosion and didn't affect the 3 princes, the suicidal attack of the bee kings could even threaten emperors. Now that the 8 queen bees had exploded, the impact on the 3 princes would definitely not be small. The expressions of the three princes were ugly. They had lost a lot of draconic providence to the self-destruction of the 5 poison distinct bees. "Good Zhao Feng!" Olding exclaimed. Zhao Feng used the 5 poison distinct bees to force the 3 princes to retreat a certain distance. This way, Zhao Feng had time to finish off the enemies in his little world. "What's going on? Second prince, save us!" The 3 princes have been forced back by Zhao Feng. The experts in Zhao Feng's little world revealed expressions of despair when they saw this. Zhao Feng had been hiding something like this. Damn it, Zhao Feng could have used the 5 poison distinct bees to finish us off from the start. One of the emperors immediately exclaimed. Maybe he didn't think it was necessary. A quasi-sacred lord's heart went cold. Hearing that, the hearts of the other members shook, and their bodies started to tremble. Indeed, Zhao Feng didn't even need to use the 5 poison distinct bees to force them into a corner and slowly slaughter them. Boom! While everyone was dazed, 2 emperors were engulfed by Zhao Feng's scarlet, lightning flaming fist. "Run! I don't want to die!" "Zhao Feng, don't kill me!" Shui Yuan tried to beg Zhao Feng as he retreated. 5 emperors had already been killed by Zhao Feng. Even if they worked together to destroy Zhao Feng's little world, they wouldn't be a match for Zhao Feng. Everyone lost all will to fight, and they started to run in the direction of the 3 princes. They could only hope that the 3 princes would arrive soon and save them. "Who, Wang?" Zhao Feng flapped his scarlet wings of lightning and left behind a streak of light as he appeared behind everyone and blocked their path. "Zhao Feng, let us go. We won't attack this place again. You've already taken my dragon jade. Let us go." Everyone was in despair. It was impossible for them to escape from Zhao Feng's little world. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's speed was the fastest in his little world. Together with his outstanding physique, the crowd stood no chance against him. "Princes, hand over the pseudo-crown prince seal. Otherwise, I'll start a massacre." Zhao Feng looked down from above like he was the king of this world of lightning and storm. The hearts of the 3 princes sank upon hearing this. If Zhao Feng were to kill all the experts, it would place the blame on Zhao Feng. If Zhao Feng were to kill them all, he would offend more than 10 factions in the dynasty. However, the situation was different after hearing what Zhao Feng had said. If the 3 princes rejected him, Zhao Feng would kill them all, which would be their fault. They were willing to sacrifice the lives of their members for the sake of the dragon providence. "Humph, Zhao Feng, don't you dare kill my people." The second prince's expression did not change. With a loud shout, he charged forward again. The expressions of the other 2 princes changed slightly. They didn't know what to do. Brother second prince still has a solution. The 5th prince revealed a faint smile. The second prince used this method to reject Zhao Feng. If Zhao Feng still killed all the members in the end, it wouldn't be because the princes didn't save them, but because they couldn't save them in time. The 5th prince and the 13th prince also yelled and charged at Zhao Feng with the second prince. True Yuan surged from the swords in their hands as they prepared to destroy Zhao Feng's little world again. Hee. With a wave of Zhao Feng's left hand, the 8 colorful wasps appeared once more. The 8 5 poison distinct bees charged at the 3 princes. One of the 5 poison distinct bees was slightly bigger and brighter. It was a bee monarch. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 princes were scared off once again. This time, the power of the 5 poison distinct bee self-destruction was even stronger. The 12th prince was accidentally hit by the poisonous gas, and his expression turned ugly. He still has the 5 poison distinct bees. The second prince's expression was green. He was extremely angry, but there was nothing he could do. Countless experts on the battlefield looked at Zhao Feng, and their hearts trembled. The experts fighting with Olding and the sky-shaking golden apes also started to become fearful and lose their will to fight. The one-sided situation instantly tilted because of Zhao Feng's participation. The beast horde started to gain the advantage under Zhao Feng's control. 3 sky-shaking golden apes, with the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, helped the 9th Prince's team stall the other experts. On the other hand, Zhao Feng was able to stall more than a dozen enemies by himself and stop the 3 princes. If this continued, the 3 princes would definitely lose. The other 3 Heaven's legacy cities were also stunned as they watched the battle. The 7th Prince's team, which was about to attack at any moment, still hadn't moved. Chapter 982. The expressions of the 3 princes were grim. They didn't expect the battle to turn out like this. They didn't know whether to advance or retreat. They couldn't attack, and if they retreated, the members trapped by Zhao Feng would all die. On top of that, the 7th prince didn't make a move. Even if the 3 princes paid a heavy price to defeat the 9th prince's team, they wouldn't be able to stop the 7th prince's team. In the end, they would still end up helping someone else. If the 3 of you aren't willing to hand over the pseudo-crown prince seal, there's another way to save your members. Zhao Feng's cold voice sounded once more. On the battlefield, both sides naturally knew what this method was. Okay, I admit defeat. The 2nd prince stared at Zhao Feng with cold eyes. He raised his pseudo-crown prince seal and sent a surge of intent into it. No matter how the situation developed, they were going to lose. The 2nd prince didn't want to help the 7th prince, and he didn't want to give his draconic providence to Zhao Feng either. Furthermore, he had no intention of fighting for the position of crown prince. If all of his members were to die here, there would be a change in the power that was supporting him from behind. Brother 2nd prince, don't be rash. The 5th prince's expression changed. He knew what Zhao Feng was talking about, but he couldn't admit defeat in front of so many people. He knew that the 2nd prince was a calm person who wouldn't take risks. However, what would he and the 12th prince do if the 2nd prince left? The 5th prince immediately tried to persuade the 2nd prince. The 2nd prince didn't bother with the 5th prince and asked for help through his pseudo-crown prince seal. Wang, a profound array instantly spread from the pseudo-crown prince seal. At the same time, the dragon jade that was connected to the 2nd prince's pseudo-crown prince seal also started to flash with light. The same array slowly flashed. The 2nd prince and his members left the battlefield. Brother 5th prince, what do we do? The 12th prince didn't know what to do after seeing the 2nd prince leave. The 3 princes weren't a match for the 9th prince's team even when they teamed up. What should they do now that the 2nd prince had left? The 5th prince's expression was like dead water. He was unwilling, but he couldn't think of anything right now. Just as the 2 princes were struggling in the small world of wind thunder. Since your prince isn't willing to save you, I won't hold back then. Zhao Feng's voice echoed in the small world. The few people left in the small world immediately revealed expressions of terror, and their bodies went limp on the ground. Don't kill me. 5th prince, save me. I'm willing to hand over all my resources. Don't kill me. If you kill me, the Sea-Calming Palace examination won't let you off. Boom! Zhao Feng's little world of wind, lightning abruptly shrank, and an even stronger spatial pressure enveloped them. In the small world, countless wind and lightning energies descended continuously. Boom! The crimson thunder flame wings on Zhao Feng's back fluttered as he shuttled back and forth, reaping the lives of the remaining people. After settling everything, Zhao Feng's little world of wind and lightning disappeared. Zhao Feng stood on the city wall and smiled as he looked into the distance. In the forest 100 miles away, the 7th prince's team was shocked. They were just about to take action and invite the 2nd prince and the 12th prince. However, Zhao Feng had instantly finished off several emperors and quasi-sacred lords. He actually killed them all. Jiang Hao's heart shook. This Zhao Feng seems to have planned for us from the very beginning. The scholar's expression changed as if he had thought of something. How is this possible? The seventh prince didn't believe it. Zhao Feng's actions just now had shocked them. However, the scholar said that Zhao Feng had planned for them from the very beginning. He didn't dare to believe it. I understand now. The reason why Zhao Feng broke through at this time is to prevent us from teaming up with the three princes. The jade-faced Confucian suddenly understood. The three princes couldn't help but take action when Zhao Feng revealed his weakness in seclusion. The seventh prince wanted to take advantage of them, so he didn't do anything and waited for the right time. How is this possible? Jiang Hao was dazed after hearing the scholar's words. However, the scholar was right. On the last day, if they had no other choice, they might have teamed up with the three princes. At this moment, the three princes had lost, and their battle power was severely injured. The second prince immediately admitted defeat. There were only two princes left. Even if the seventh prince joined forces with them, even if the seventh prince teamed up with them, the ninth prince's team would still be able to fight back. We lost without even fighting. The Confucian scholar sighed. On the city walls, the enemies that were still in a stalemate with the sky-shaking golden ape, the ninth prince, and company felt their hearts shake when they saw Zhao Feng kill several emperors and quasi-sacred lords. Let's go! The fifth prince roared. He had also given up on attacking the city, but he wouldn't admit defeat. They just needed to wait until tonight. After the second stage ended, they would be teleported out. Retreat! The 12th prince also exclaimed. Immediately, the enemy members on the steel city wall cast their own secret escape techniques and quickly left. The beast hordes below also retreated under the control of the beast tamers. Want to leave? Shi Yulei was in a good mood and prepared to give the enemies a good beating. There's no need to chase. Zhao Feng stopped Shi Yulei. At the same time, his left eye flashed with a faint ripple of soul energy that flashed through the air. The mark of the god eye had been completed. Ha ha ha, we've won. Shi Yulei knew the logic of not chasing a desperate enemy. The members of the ninth prince's team instantly let out a breath. They felt that this battle wasn't as difficult as they had imagined. Zhao Feng, you purposely chose this moment to break through, right? Olding thought about it and seemed to understand why Zhao Feng revealed an opening when he broke through. Once the seventh prince and the three princes teamed up, even Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, Zhao Feng purposely revealed an opening and made the ninth prince's team appear weak. Facing an opponent that was full of openings, both sides had their own goals, so they obviously wouldn't team up. Everyone seemed to understand something after hearing what Olding said. Not only did they defeat the three princes in this battle, they also forced the seventh prince's team into despair. It was killing two birds with one stone. Even if the remaining two princes teamed up with the seventh prince, they still wouldn't be able to take down the ninth prince's Heaven's Legacy City. Right now, the ninth prince's team had already taken over this Heaven's Legacy City. Hee, it's not over yet. Zhao Feng revealed a playful smile. A dark silver bow appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. The surface of the bow was engraved with mysterious inscriptions, and it glowed with a silver luster, forming three-dimensional tadpole-like patterns. The other members of the ninth prince's team looked at Zhao Feng with puzzled expressions. The fifth prince and the 12th prince had already escaped very far away. What was Zhao Feng doing? Zhao Feng closed his eyes and used the God Eye mark to sense the fifth prince's location. Wang. Zhao Feng pulled the bowstring, and the fire of wind, lightning entered it. A scarlet arrow of lightning condensed on the sky-locking bow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng casually shot out an arrow. The fifth prince, who had already escaped very far away, felt something weird. It was as if a pair of eyes was staring at him. The fifth prince suddenly turned around and saw a scarlet arrow of lightning shooting toward him. Sneak attack. The fifth prince's expression changed dramatically. He immediately circulated his true yuan and used a defensive secret technique. Boom! When the dust settled, The fifth prince's entire body was scorched black. He was only an emperor, so he obviously couldn't block Zhao Feng's attack. If Zhao Feng used the sky-locking bow with all his strength, this arrow would be able to take the fifth prince's life. How is this possible? How can Zhao Feng attack us from so far away? The 12th prince squinted his eyes and saw Zhao Feng holding a silver bow on the city wall. Run. This is a little weird. The 5th prince was filled with hatred and anger, but there was nothing he could do. Whoosh! Another arrow arrived. This time the target was the 12th prince. Boom! Zhao Feng! The 12th prince's eyes bulged in anger. The 2 princes then retreated several hundred miles again. However, mysterious arrows of light continued to fly over and hit the 5th prince and the 12th prince. The members that followed the 2 princes were even more shocked. No matter where the 2 princes ran to, the arrows shot by Zhao Feng seemed to have eyes and would always find the 2 princes. Finally, the draconic providence in the pseudo-crown prince seal was used up. They were forced to ask for help and teleported away. On the other hand, no one on the 9th prince's city wall knew what Zhao Feng was doing. They only knew that he kept pulling the bowstring, and the arrows of light flew into the distance. However, everyone outside the great Qian dynasty palace saw everything clearly. From a few thousand miles away, Zhao Feng could casually pull the bowstring and hit the 2 princes. Even archery experts in the Lord dynasty couldn't do this. The 2nd prince was dazed. He suddenly felt that admitting defeat and leaving was the right choice. At this moment, the 5th prince and the 12th prince were in a ruffled state. Their bodies were scorched black, and they were forced to use their pseudo-crown prince seal to ask for help. They were undoubtedly more embarrassed than the 2nd prince. After this battle, the owners of the 4 heavens legacy cities were decided. As for Zhao Feng, he was deeply engraved in the minds of the experts of many factions. His meticulous and calm thoughts, his powerful strength, and his endless methods were truly admirable. The faces of the experts in the 8th prince's hall were flushed red. They didn't expect the 9th prince to be able to take over a heaven's legacy city and enter the 3rd stage of the crown prince trial. Master, Bai Qingyue's clear eyes looked at the 9th prince's screen with admiration. As expected of the Grand Elder, Zhang Jie also admired Zhao Feng. Defeating a sacred lord with the cultivation of a king was probably something that only Zhao Feng had done in the history of the Lord dynasty. Zhao Feng! Tai Hong Nan had a grim expression. He couldn't help but want to take Zhao Feng as a disciple due to his talent in battle. Unfortunately, Zhao Feng wasn't willing to return to the Tai family, and his soul wasn't that of a member of the Tai family. Elder Hongnan, what should we do about Zhao Feng? Tai Litian asked. Tai Hongnan didn't say anything. Originally, they would have taken forceful measures. However, he needed to go back and discuss this with the other elders of the family. Within the 13th prince's hall, this Zhao Feng, sacred lord, demonic abyss of 9 darkness palace, had an ugly expression. Zhao Feng's potential made him uneasy. On top of that, the fact that Zhao Feng had the perfect blood devil sun bloodline gave sacred lord demonic abyss a headache. As night arrived, the members of the 7th prince's team were teleported out through the stone tablet. The crown prince trial had entered the 3rd stage, the battle between the princes. Chapter 983. Right now, only the 4 princes and their team members living in the 4 heavens legacy cities were left in the imperial tombs. The 8th prince and the 9th prince's team could finally let out a breath. There's still 10 days of rest before the 3rd stage begins. Everyone, go and prepare yourselves. Old Ing looked at the exhausted team members. Everyone had worked very hard in order to take over a heaven's legacy city and stabilize themselves. They were all exhausted. Old Ing, what's the 3rd stage? Zhou Suer couldn't help but ask. Although she had asked a long time ago, Old Ing had always said that it was too early and there was no point in telling her. The Game of Princes will be held in the 4 Heavens Legacy Cities. At that time, the Heavens Legacy Cities will randomly open a game, and the participants will be the 4 princes and their team members. At this point in time, Olding told Olding everything he knew. At the start, he only thought that the 9th prince had a sliver of hope to obtain a Heaven's Legacy City if he was lucky, but that was under the best-case scenario. Therefore, there was no point in saying too much about the 3rd stage. It would only distract them. Even now, he still felt like he was dreaming. He didn't expect that the 9th prince would be able to occupy a Heaven's Legacy City alongside the 4th prince, the 13th prince, and the 8th prince. It sounds very interesting. Zhou Su nodded her head, not really understanding. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. The Game of Princes was actually being held by the Heaven's Legacy Cities? The First Imperials must have spent a lot of resources to make some sort of agreement with the Heaven's Legacy Cities. No one can predict what kind of game will be opened in Tianji City. From the very beginning of the Crown Prince trial until now, there have been repeated games. However, the second time has been improved. Therefore, this game still has a certain level of fairness. Old Ing explained to everyone, up until now, there had never been a game similar to the Prince's game. Therefore, it was difficult to prepare in advance. Furthermore, since it was a game, it wasn't as simple as comparing strength. There were many other factors. Of course, the main goal of this game is to fight for Draconic Providence. Olding emphasized, the 4th stage, the fight for the Grand Seal, was basically a competition of Draconic Providence. This had never changed. Everyone who knew about the battle for Crown Prince knew. This was why the Game of Princes was so important. It was their only chance to fight for Draconic Providence. The 9th Prince's pseudo-Crown Prince seal had the least amount of Draconic Providence out of all the princes in the Imperial tombs. If they wanted to fight for the Crown Prince, the 9th Prince's team would have to be stronger than the other 3 princes. Otherwise, they would be eliminated after the 3rd stage. Don't worry, just do your best when the time comes. The 9th Prince said with a faint smile. To a certain degree, the 9th Prince had already proven himself by reaching this step. This was also his original intention. He wanted to prove himself by competing with the princes. In princes, we princes, and princes and prince, and princes, prince and prince, and princes. Prince, and prince in princes, king emperor, king prince are Wang. And out prince, out. Ling, Li, Ling, out, I, prince. Shi Yulei added. He was afraid that the others would be under too much pressure, so he cooperated with Old Ing and the 9th Prince. Oh, brother 9th Prince still has hope. Don't worry. Zhou Su suddenly stood up and patted the 9th Prince's shoulder. Shi Yulei and Old Ing's expressions froze as they looked around. In reality, the other members of the 9th Prince's team weren't worried at all. Zhou Su obviously didn't care about anything. Shinjizi sat quietly on the side with his eyes closed. No one knew what he was calculating. Zhao Feng seemed to have entered a cultivation state, and after Zhao Feng planted the Dark Heart Seal in Jinkai, he also focused on cultivation, and his personality changed. On the other hand, Su Qingling was more responsible and showed a solemn expression. Okay, there's still 10 days left. Everyone, do your best to increase your strength and get ready. Old Ing urged before leaving with the 9th Prince. Seeing that the meeting was over, Zhao Feng got up and left as well. Although he was in a cultivation state, he knew what was going on in the outside world, and he heard everything that was said. Right now, Zhao Feng was cultivating the undying sacred lightning body. His sacred lightning body could cultivate the undying sacred lightning body with the help of the intent of death and the Emperor of Death's laws of death. The damage reduction of the undying sacred lightning body was very obvious, and normal damage could be ignored. Furthermore, the indestructible nature of the undying sacred lightning body could complement the sacred body of a mystic light realm sacred lord. On top of that, Zhao Feng had just become an emperor, so he needed to build a good foundation to break through to the mystic light realm. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had already obtained the complete 10,000 divine thoughts technique. He felt that cultivating the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to the peak would be very useful to him. That's right, Zhou Su. Do you know what the 3-life evil ghost flower is used for? Zhao Feng suddenly thought of a question. When he was trying to enter the Imperial Sky Inheritance, Sacred Lord Black Demon had taken a liking to the red flower that he didn't think highly of. He believed that the 3-life evil ghost flower would be very valuable in certain areas. Why are you asking this? The 3-life evil ghost flower is a great herb for cultivating demonic Dao clones. It can increase the chances of forming a demonic Dao clone and increase the power of the clone. Zhou Sua was surprised. Zhao Feng hadn't cultivated any demonic Dao techniques before, so why was he asking this? Are you planning to form a ghost Dao clone in the future? Zhou Sua asked. It was very likely that Zhao Feng had obtained a very precious demonic Dao clone technique in the Imperial tombs. No, I'm just asking. Zhao Feng had a calm expression. From the looks of it, the 3-life evil ghost flower was a precious resource for demonic cultivators. The clone technique was a technique that only sacred lords could use. Normally, only those at the early stages of the mystic light realm would cultivate this technique. But some early-stage mystic light realm cultivators with strong sacred bodies would cultivate this technique as well. The strength of the clone was directly related to the rank of the secret technique. Herbs that could increase the power of the clone were very precious, and they were basically the same as increasing the rank of the clone technique. After knowing what the 3-life evil ghost flower could do, Zhao Feng felt that it was even more useless to him. Zhao Feng arrived at the spiritual pet garden once more after walking out of the metallic room. Do you want to take care of your pets, train them, or buy them? A short elder puppet slowly walked over. I need 10 emperor-level flying beasts. This time, Zhao Feng chose 10 dragon-winged eagles. They could be considered a small group of flying beasts. After walking out of the spiritual pet garden, Zhao Feng gave 10 dim dragon jades to each dragon-winged eagle. These 10 dragon jades were the ones that the little thieving cat had stolen from emperors and quasi-sacred lords that had fallen into Zhao Feng's little world yesterday. The draconic providence on them had already been given to the 9th prince. Whoosh! The 10 dragon-winged eagles grabbed the dragon jades and charged into the sky in different directions. There's not much time left until the end of the Crown Prince trial. I'll collect as much draconic providence as I can. Since Zhao Feng had promised the 9th prince that he would take a spot, he would obviously do his best to help him. After entering the Heaven's Legacy City, no one would leave the Heaven's Legacy City to collect draconic providence. Everyone was using the fortune they obtained in the Heaven's Legacy City to increase their strength. Some beast tamers had used beasts to collect draconic providence before, but there was a lot of risk involved. However, it was extremely risky. If the demonic beast encountered a crisis while collecting the draconic chi and lost the dragon jade, it would be disastrous. However, Zhao Feng was different. He could use the dark heart seal to obtain the vision of the flying beasts. If there was danger, he would tell his spiritual pets to leave or use the Eye of Heaven to help. This was all thanks to the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Zhao Feng to share the vision of almost 20 flying beasts at the same time. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had other things to do. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body now had a wisp of an undying body. The strengthening of the sky-shaking Golden Ape bloodline was also very successful. Furthermore, Jing Kai's cultivation had reached the level of a quasi-sacred lord, which was a good thing for the team. On this day, the 9th Prince's team arrived at the plaza in the center of the Heaven's Legacy City. There was a special metal staircase in front of a beautiful fountain, and there was a gray-white stone platform on top of the staircase. The members of the ninth prince's team all walked up the metal staircase. Wang, the ninth prince, took out his pseudo-crown prince seal and placed it on the gray-white stone platform. Wang, boom, boom. The entire stone platform carried everyone into the sky. In the sky above the great gone Lord dynasty, an image finally appeared on the dim light screen. Even though the pseudo-crown prince seal had a surveillance array in the Heaven's legacy city, it was useless. The outside world would only be able to see the images when the princes flew into the sky and left the Heaven's legacy city. I can finally see it. The main show of the third stage is about to begin. I wonder what kind of game the Heaven's legacy city will open this time. Everyone in the outside world wanted to know how the third stage would proceed. Inside the imperial tombs, the four princes stood on the staircase and floated in the air, forming a square. Wang, an illusionary elder, suddenly appeared in the middle of the four princes. From the shape of the elder, one could tell that he was a mechanical puppet. Princes, it's time for the battle of the princes now. The illusionary elder's voice spread in every direction. As for me, I will be the witness of this game. A black piece of metal that couldn't be seen clearly appeared in the illusionary elder's hand. This time I'll open. The old man abruptly tossed the black piece of metal out, and mysterious and obscure patterns immediately bloomed on its surface. Clang! The black piece of metal floated in the air and started to expand with the sound of metal clanging. The black piece of metal turned into a metallic object that filled the square in the middle of the four princes. A game board was formed. Moving Maze Palace. Chapter 984. The teams of the four princes stood on the stairs and looked at the complicated maze in front of them. This maze was made up of black metal, and it floated in the middle of the four princes like a chessboard. However, in reality, this maze was another world of its own. Firstly, each prince's team will randomly choose a few people to enter the maze based on the total number of people. The transparent elder's voice suddenly sounded. Wang, an ancient and complicated array, instantly appeared on the stairs the four princes were standing on, and a weird undulation of spatial energy locked onto several people. Olding, Su Qingling, Jing Kai, and Zhao Feng on the ninth prince's stairs started to flash with silver light. Whoosh! 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 The four of them disappeared from the ninth prince's stairs. At the same time, the ninth prince, Zhou Su-er, and company saw the four people who disappeared appear in different places in the maze. What a unique technique! Zhou Su-er couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, a certain number of members from the other princes' teams were teleported to different corners of the maze. They are the princes' chess pieces. Only the princes can use their pseudo-crown prince seal to communicate with the members in the moving maze and command them. The transparent elder explained the rules of the game. If two people meet each other in the maze, there will be a duel. The winner will obtain 10% of the draconic providence in the loser's dragon jade. This meant that the battles were random. As long as two people met each other in the maze, there would be a special duel. The transparent elder looked down at the maze and said with a faint smile, "Now the princes, please give your draconic providence to the members in the maze." Interesting. Zhao Feng stood in the maze and inspected his surroundings. His 5 senses and divine sense were all restricted here. He couldn't even sense what was on the other side of the black metal walls. The walls above the maze were also made of black metal. However, the princes could see what was happening in the maze from the outside. From the perspective of the people outside, the maze was just a chessboard that was around 100 yards long and wide, and the people inside were just small chess pieces. The princes, on the other hand, were like gods that could see the entire situation and command everyone. Wang, Zhao Feng's dragon jade glowed brighter as draconic providence filled it. Everyone were fine. At least Zhou Su, or didn't enter the maze. The ninth prince's voice sounded in everyone's minds through the dragon jades. In that case, the other princes' teams also have doctors here? Zhao Feng asked immediately. Indeed, the ninth prince said. Only 4 people from the ninth prince's team had entered the maze palace. Old Ing, Zhao Feng, Su Qingling, and Jing Kai. Shi Yulei, who was relatively strong, didn't enter, but Zhou Su who was extremely weak in battle, wasn't chosen either. This situation was indeed considered good. The doctors in the 8th prince's team weren't good at fighting, and if they wanted to leave the maze, they would have to lose 100% of their draconic providence. As expected, luck also played a part in the 3rd segment. What should we do next? Su Qingling's cold voice sounded. She was not very strong, so she was a little afraid. If any dangerous enemies appear in your surroundings, I will give you a hint. The 9th prince's voice sounded. It's not that simple. Zhao Feng had a confident expression. The 4 princes could see what was going on in the maze palace. The people in the maze palace couldn't hide just because they wanted to. This game was a great test of the prince's wisdom and judgment. If the 9th prince was able to command them well, he would be able to make Su Qingling avoid fighting and allow Zhao Feng and Old Ing to fight with the weaker people. Zhao Feng, Sacred Lord Black Demon, is moving toward you. The 13th prince should be giving Sacred Lord Black Demon directions. The 9th prince's voice sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. Old Ing, there's a weaker, quasi-sacred lord to your left. Go left first, and then choose the right path. Su Qingling, go to the right. There are fewer people there, so try to avoid fighting. On the stairs, the 4 princes were fully focused as they looked at the maze palace below. They placed their hands on the pseudo-crown prince seal and communicated with the members of the maze palace, giving them directions and stealing the draconic providence from the other members. Then let the game begin. The transparent elder's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Boom, boom, boom. The walls around the maze palace started to move. Some of the walls sank into the ground, while others suddenly popped up. The moving maze palace makes it harder for the princes to command. Zhao Feng said faintly. Because the terrain was constantly changing, the princes needed to pay attention to the situation of each member and give them directions. Furthermore, the changing terrain could prevent some members from remembering the layout of the maze palace. The see-through ability of the god's spiritual eye is useless. Zhao Feng's left eye stared at the wall to the side, but he was unable to see through it. Zhao Feng, Sacred Lord Black Demon, is coming over from your left. The 9th prince suddenly said. It was obvious that the 9th prince had forgotten about Zhao Feng's situation when he was giving directions to the others. 9th prince, you don't need to worry about me and Jing Kai. Focus on commanding Old Ing and Su Qingling. Zhao Feng messaged the 9th prince. Suddenly, a terrifying and eerie demonic pressure appeared from the side path. Who? Zhao Feng, it's time for you to die. Sacred Lord Black Demon had a gruesome smile as he approached Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had a calm expression as he looked at Sacred Lord Black Demon and surveyed his surroundings. Wang. When the two were 30 yards apart, the scenery around them suddenly twisted and disappeared. Who? Zhao Feng and Sacred Lord Black Demon appeared in another dimension. When the two of them meet, there will be a duel. Zhao Feng murmured the rules of the game that the transparent elder told him. This was a plain with many weird trees that were thousands of yards tall. Sacred Lord Black Demon and Zhao Feng both appeared in the scene. Uncle, my kite is hanging on that tree. Can you take it down for me? A young child next to Zhao Feng and Sacred Lord Black Demon jumped around in joy. Little brat, fuck off. Sacred Lord Black Demon's expression became angry as he waved his sleeve. A wave of boundless and oppressive, pitch-black magical power twisted into a black dragon and attacked the young child as it spat out blood. Wang. Suddenly, an invisible energy barrier appeared around the child. Sacred Lord Black Demon's attack was reflected and landed on Sacred Lord Black Demon's body. Sacred Lord Black Demon jumped up in fright and thrust out his palm to cancel out the attack. Sacred Lord Black Demon, you and Zhao Feng are in the same game. You can't harm that little boy. You have to do as he says. The 13th Prince's voice sounded in Sacred Lord Black Demon's mind. Damn it, this brat. Sacred Lord Black Demon's eyes were filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He originally thought that he would be able to fight with Zhao Feng after meeting him. He didn't expect to enter this strange game scene, and he even had to play according to the rules. Zhao Feng? Sacred Lord Black Demon suddenly realized that Zhao Feng had already flown toward a tree, and there was a red kite on top of it. Who? Sacred Lord Black Demon instantly jumped into the air and chased after Zhao Feng. What a strong gravitational force! Zhao Feng felt an invisible gravitational force suppress him. The higher he flew, the stronger the gravitational force became, and this tree was at least 10,000 zhang tall. Zhao Feng was speechless. How could this kid fly a kite so high? From the looks of it, this scene was probably just an illusion. The content was set up by the Heaven's legacy race, so it couldn't be judged by normal standards. Boom! Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body, and golden lightning radiated from his body. With the help of the sacred lightning body, Zhao Feng's resistance to pressure increased dramatically. At the same time, his speed also increased. Whoosh! Zhao Feng instantly charged several hundred yards. There's even a gravitational force. Sacred Lord Black Demon had an ugly expression, but since he had a sacred body, his resistance was even stronger. Black Demon escape. Black flames rose from Sacred Lord Black Demon's body, and a powerful current of black flames surrounded his legs. A surge of black flames exploded from his feet, and Sacred Lord Black Demon seemed to glide through the air as he charged upward. Without saying anything else, Zhao Feng immediately activated his perfect blood devil sun bloodline. Boom! With a string of explosions, Zhao Feng's speed reached the limit as he charged toward the top of the tree. Since Zhao Feng had acted earlier than Sacred Lord Black Demon, Sacred Lord Black Demon's speed increased to the limit. Zhao Feng successfully obtained the red kite. Zhao Feng, the kite is mine! Sacred Lord Black Demon roared as he charged forward. Blood Devil charge! The blood devil sun around Zhao Feng's body started to burn and give off the sound of exploding flames. The image of a blood-red sun started to appear behind him, and a whirlpool started to spin. Under the effect of the blood devil charge, Zhao Feng's scarlet-red wings left a trail of light behind him, and the image of the blood-red sun behind him released a layer of golden and blood-red light as it charged downward like an ancient golden crow. Boom! 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 The gravity that had stopped him when he was ascending had now become a boost for Zhao Feng, and it pushed his speed and explosiveness to unprecedented heights. Not good. Sacred Lord Black Demon's expression changed dramatically. The terrifying power of Zhao Feng's descent made his heart shake, even though they were so far away. Sacred Lord Black Demon wasn't a body-strengthening expert, so he obviously wouldn't clash head-on with Zhao Feng. He immediately moved to the side and dodged Zhao Feng's attack. Goodbye. Zhao Feng didn't bother with Sacred Lord Black Demon. He used the momentum of his descent to fly toward the ground at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Feng glided toward the little boy and handed the kite to him. Thank you, Uncle Candy. I have candy for Uncle Candy. The little boy happily took the kite and reached out with his chubby little hand. There was a substandard god crystal on it. Zhao Feng's eyes paused for a moment before he quickly took the substandard god crystal. Damn it, Zhao Feng! Sacred Lord Black Demon finally arrived at this moment and was about to attack Zhao Feng. However, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Victor, Zhao Feng, 10% of Sacred Lord Black Demon's draconic providence flowed out of his dragon jade and entered Zhao Feng's dragon jade. Whew! The scenery around them started to twist and disappear. Zhao Feng returned to the maze palace, but his location was different from when he disappeared. It seemed like he had randomly appeared somewhere in the maze palace. So that's how it is. After experiencing it once, Zhao Feng understood the rules of the moving maze palace. Chapter 985. Above the Heavens Legacy City, the four princes inspected the maze palace and used their pseudo-crown prince seal to command the members of the maze palace. Above the moving maze, a few incorporeal spheres would appear from time to time. The scenes of the duels were happening within the balls. Within one of the balls, Zhao Feng charged into a tree and picked up a red kite. As expected of the Heavens Legacy race, their ability to create is unimaginable. Who knows how many secret dimensions there are in this game? Shi Yulei was stunned. It was a pity that he wasn't able to experience it. Shinjizi looked at the maze palace below with unfocused eyes, as if he was calculating something. Good. Zhao Feng has defeated Sacred Lord Black Demon and obtained 10% of his draconic providence. Shi Yulei called out in surprise. The ball that Zhao Feng was in then disappeared from the maze palace. Brother Zhao is both brave and intelligent. The 9th prince let out a breath. Because he was careless, Sacred Lord Black Demon was able to get close to Zhao Feng. Luckily, Zhao Feng won in the end. Zhao Feng's ability to adapt to unknown environments was much faster than normal people. I'll listen to Zhao Feng and focus on commanding Olding and Su Qingling. The 9th prince trusted Zhao Feng's decision. Within the moving maze palace, Jing Kai met an elder in azure robes from the 4th prince's team. Ha ha ha! Jing Kai from the 9th prince's team. The elder in azure robes revealed a wicked smile as he charged forward. When he was a certain distance away from Jing Kaida, the scenery around them started to twist, and the two appeared in another dimension. Jing Kai and the elder in azure robes looked at each other in the forest. Behind Jing Kai, several hundred villagers knelt on the ground and begged, "Hero, please save our village. The bandits are here again. I beg you, help us chase away these bandits." Several dozen fierce bandits held large blades and axes behind the elder in azure robes and had evil smiles on their faces. "Big bro, let's go." "That's right. Our brothers haven't eaten in months." The green-robed old man's eyes were wide open, and he was so angry that his beard was curling up. Although he knew that these scenes were random and the plot content was also fake, he, a dignified law enforcement elder of a 3-star sect, actually became the leader of a robber in this scene. "Jing Kai, let's end this." The green-robed old man rushed out impatiently. "Azure C3 styles." As the green-robed old man waved his hand, waves of resplendent water curtains appeared, combining toughness and gentleness to form a dark green whirlpool with a diameter of 1,000 feet, sweeping towards Jing Kai. Jing Kai was ready for battle. A dazzling golden light appeared around his body and revolved around him in a regular pattern. Hu-chi-chi! The golden light soared and the dark green light screen intertwined, unleashing boundless power that destroyed the surrounding mountains and rivers. Hee-hee, Jing Kai, you've only just become a quasi-sacred lord, right? The green-robed old man burst into laughter. Boom! Boundless, dark green whirlpools engulfed Jing Kai and almost drowned him. Suddenly, a faint golden eye of heaven appeared above the battle. A surge of eye intent that could pierce through heaven and earth charged toward the azure-robed elder. Arg! The azure-robed elder screamed as 10,000 bolts of lightning struck his soul and his body froze. Jing Kai instantly passed by the azure-robed elder and waved his hand. Countless beams of golden light shot out and killed all the bandits. "Victor, Jing Kai!" A mechanical voice sounded. "How is this possible? That I—" The azure-robed elder's expression was filled with fear. "Who? A surge of draconic providence came from the azure-robed elder's body and entered Jing Kai's dragon jade. "Thank you, master," Jing Kai said in a low tone. At the same time, the villagers behind him started to cheer. "Hero, thank you for saving our village. This is a small gift from us." The expressions of everyone on the fourth prince's stage paused. How could the azure-robed elder have lost? What was that golden eye that appeared in the space just now? 13th prince, I don't know either. As I was fighting with Jing Kai, a powerful surge of intent suddenly descended from the sky. The elder in gray explained helplessly. He felt that he had lost too, unjustly. That golden eye, could it be Zhao Feng? The 13th prince was puzzled when he thought about Zhao Feng's golden hair and eyes. Zhao Feng opened his eyes within the maze palace. Using the eye of heaven expends a lot of intent. Zhao Feng said softly. Zhao Feng could use the dark heart seal to communicate with those that Zhao Feng had imprinted on them, obtain their vision, and even help them across space. However, this was the first time he had crossed a spatial barrier and used the Eye of Heaven. Luckily, the secret dimension where the duel took place wasn't far away from the moving maze palace, and the structure of that secret dimension was extremely simple. It was much better for Zhao Feng to help Jing Kai than for the 9th prince to command him. At this moment, the 9th prince was fully focused on commanding Olding and Su Qingling, so they were more efficient. Zhao Feng then started to move. However, Zhao Feng didn't see a single person even after walking for a long time in the maze palace. Looks like I've exposed my strength. Most people are avoiding me. Zhao Feng sighed helplessly. The strength he displayed during the battle was comparable to an experienced initial stage mystic light, realm sacred lord. Most of the people participating in the moving maze palace were quasi-sacred lords, so they obviously avoided Zhao Feng. This means that I can only meet a sacred lord. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. Although he wasn't scared of a sacred lord right now, there were many possibilities in the duel. In terms of experience and knowledge, sacred lords were much stronger than him. Zhao Feng didn't want to waste time with sacred lords. It was easier to deal with the quasi-sacred lords and emperors. If that's the case, then I'll just rely on luck. A strong aura of wind, lightning, appeared around Zhao Feng. Whoosh! A pair of scarlet wings of lightning spread behind his back. Whoosh! Zhao Feng randomly chose a direction and turned into a bolt of lightning that flashed by. Everyone else in the maze palace carefully followed the prince's directions. At this moment, Zhao Feng used a secret speed technique and sped through the changing maze palace. Whoever he met would be who he was. Luo Zun, not good. Zhao Feng is approaching you. The 8th prince's voice suddenly sounded in Luo Zun's mind as he walked through the maze palace. Luo Zun paused for a moment. Although he knew that he wasn't Zhao Feng's match, he didn't want to run away this time. Furthermore, the duels in the maze palace didn't just rely on strength. Zhao Feng! Luo Zun charged forward when he saw Zhao Feng appear in front of him. Wang, the two of them appeared in a world of ice and snow. I urgently need the freezing ice mystic metal under the 1,000-year mystic ice. Which one of you can help me mine some? A middle-aged male wearing a robe looked at Zhao Feng and Luo Zun. Zhao Feng, I'm sorry, but this is my forte, the land of ice. Luo Zun puffed out his chest and revealed a smug smile. Although defeating Zhao Feng in his forte wasn't enough, luck was also a part of one's strength. An extremely cold power appeared in Luo Zun's left hand, and the nearby temperature dropped by dozens of degrees due to the cold aura. Even the air was completely frozen. Luo Zun pressed his hand on the layer of ice and released a surge of cold power. Crack! The layer of ice on the ground suddenly cracked open, but this wasn't enough. No one knew how deep the freezing ice mystic metal that this middle-aged male needed was buried. Zhao Feng looked at the layer of ice below. The freezing ice mystic metal is 1,000 yards underground. He also had the ice water bloodline, but he specialized in defense and healing. He probably wasn't as good as Luo Zun at mining. Meow meow. The little thieving cat instantly appeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder and leaned on a spade. It revealed a cool expression as if it was time for it to perform. The little thieving cat landed on the layer of ice and started to dig hard with the spade. Bung! Boom! Boom! The surface of the ground suddenly started to shake. Zhao Feng's left eye saw that the layer of ice was collapsing. The piece of freezing ice mystic metal was moving upwards. Luo Zun had a weird expression as he looked at Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat. Just now he felt the depths of the ice shake. He didn't understand what Zhao Feng and his spiritual pet were doing. Crack! Crack! The little thieving cat quickly waved the spade and started to dig into the ground. Boom! Boom! The entire layer of ice started to shake and collapse as if a desolate beast was about to charge out of the ground. Boom! Boom! The shaking became louder and louder. In the end, the entire ground started to shake. Luo Zun had a surprised expression. He didn't know what Zhao Feng's spiritual pet had done to make the layer of ice several thousand yards underground shatter. Crack! Ka ka ka! The place that the little thieving cat had dug suddenly exploded, and a giant hole appeared. One could faintly see that the layer of ice below had been completely destroyed and was cracking inch by inch. A piece of gold-white metal was stuck in one of the cracks. Whoosh! Zhao Feng immediately charged into the hole and took out the freezing ice mystic metal. How is this possible? Luo Zun, who was still circulating his power of ice, was instantly dazed. He still didn't understand what Zhao Feng and his pet had done to make the freezing ice mystic metal, which was several thousand yards underground, jump out by itself. Thank you, young man. This is your reward. A middle-aged male in cotton revealed a faint smile and handed over a few glowing ores. Victor, Zhao Feng. An ethereal voice sounded in the dimension. The dragon jade on Zhao Feng's body started to glow brighter. In the next instant, Zhao Feng returned to the maze palace. This still isn't enough. Zhao Feng stood where he was. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Zun had charged out, Zhao Feng wouldn't have even noticed that there was someone there. His 5 senses and divine sense were restricted, and the see-through ability of his left eye was useless. This was indeed troublesome. The see-through ability of my left, I can't see through the walls of the maze palace. What if I do this? Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something. Wang, a faint golden ripple spread across Zhao Feng's golden eye. Zhao Feng's left eye had the see-through ability, but the golden eye's new ability also had a strong see-through ability. It works. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. At this moment, his left eye was looking at a world made of faint golden particles, and his gaze could see through dozens of metal walls. The structure of the metal walls was extremely complicated, several times more complicated than a supreme quality Earth-grade weapon. Of course, this wasn't the main point of Zhao Feng's observation. In this way, everyone within the 10 walls will be under my control. Zhao Feng was secretly delighted. This would make things much easier. However, the illusory elder above the moving maze palace suddenly started to glow with a faint white light. A serious cheater has been discovered and will be punished.